Chapter 1860. The old man stretched out his palm and waved it gently. Immediately, the half-moon sword aura in the sky was frozen. The next moment, the half-moon sword aura seemed to be pierced by a great energy and then disappeared into the void. What's going on? What happened? The kings didn't understand what had happened, but the ancient cultivators frowned. To be honest, they knew that although the 10,000 Thunder Saint was dangerous, they weren't too worried, because they knew that the 10,000 Thunder Saint must have a protector by his side. Indeed, peerless geniuses like the Saint of the Sacred Ground and the Saint and Divine Bodies of the remote antiquity families must have powerhouses protecting them. Such people were called protectors. They usually didn't come out. Only when the saint was in danger of life and death would they take action. At this moment, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' protector finally took action when his life was threatened. Lin Xian's pupil shrank when he saw the scene. Such a terrifying half-moon sword aura was easily blocked, which made him feel incredulous. The next moment, he saw an old man beside the 10,000 Thunder Saint. He was shocked. Almighty! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body. He was ready to leave at any time. Sure enough, the other party was protected by an Almighty. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the other party this time. However, he was confident that he could escape. After all, he had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. After the protector destroyed the half-moon sword aura, he didn't attack Lin Xian, which surprised Lin Xian. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was overjoyed when he saw the protector come out. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, kill him!" However, the protector shook his head. "My duty is to protect your safety. I won't attack anyone." After saying that, the protector ignored the 10,000 Thunder Saint and looked at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "You win this battle. However, don't be too complacent. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I'll take him back to cultivate. The next time you meet, it's not certain who will win. You lost. Come back with me." The Tao Protector looked at the 10,000 Thunder Saint again. "As for what you lost, you need to take it back yourself. No one can help you." "Yes." The Myriad Thunder Saint nodded, his eyes full of unwillingness. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Qin Shi this time, but he swore that he would definitely kill Qin Shi next time. "Brat, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Take back the Hell God Spear and the innate purple Thunderstone." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. The protector's figure gradually disappeared into the void. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun and his protector leave. He wasn't even afraid of Wanlei. However, the Tao Protector was too much of a threat to him. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. As for the surrounding kings, they were truly astonished when they saw this scene. Lost, the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder actually lost. This was absolutely shocking news. Thinking about it, Lin Xian's name would quickly spread throughout the entire northern region, and even the eastern wilderness. After all, it was a great honor to be able to defeat a saint. As for the ancient cultivators and those experts, their expressions were solemn. I didn't expect that even the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder would lose. This young man is really powerful. This is a golden age. In addition to the geniuses of the Sacred Grounds and the geniuses of the remote antiquity families, other places are also full of monsters and geniuses. This is definitely a golden age for the cultivation world. I think there will be a great emperor in this era. Everyone exclaimed. They felt the pressure, because more and more geniuses and experts were appearing. This was an era of great competition. Everyone was desperately cultivating and working hard to climb up, striving to become the world's supreme being. Only the strongest could walk down this path. On the other side, Lin Xian also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly left the place. While everyone was still in a daze, he quickly left. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if some almighty targeted him. The protectors did not attack him, but it did not mean that the other almighties would not attack him. After all, he had treasures like the connate purple thunder rock, the 10,000 years spiritual liquid, and the hell god spear. It was enough to make people jealous. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared into the night sky. No one knew where he went. The few almighties who were scheming side shook their heads and stopped attacking. His speed was not inferior to theirs, and they were one step behind. It was impossible for them to catch up with him. Moreover, they were not willing to provoke this young genius if they were not sure of winning. After all, he had unlimited potential when he grew up. It was extremely terrifying. In the vast mountains far away from the purple cloud city, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He opened up a cave and then went into seclusion. He casually set up some formations and then entered the black earth. Inside the black earth, the dark red divine dragon had reached the final juncture. It was about to finish resisting the almighties. On the other side, Lu Mingyue was also in seclusion, trying her best to break through. Lin Xian did not disturb the two. Instead, he chose a place to rest. After all, today's battle with the 10,000 Thunder Saint was too dangerous. This time he also had a taste of the saint's combat power, which could be said to be powerful. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul, it would be difficult to defeat the saint. Moreover, it would be very difficult to kill the saint. Not to mention that these saints had endless secret techniques and magic treasures. They also had terrifying protectors around them. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to kill them. However, this time, Lin Xian's results were also very obvious. First, he defeated the 10,000 Thunder Saint and gained great fame and honor. In addition, he obtained the black armor with extremely strong defense, the 10,000 years spiritual liquid that could bring the dead back to life, and the hell god spear with powerful attack. These three treasures could be said to be extremely precious. Even the almighties would be jealous. They were enough to improve Lin Xian's combat power and defense. With such treasures, he would have a greater chance of killing the saint of all beginnings. Then Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and slowly entered a state of cultivation. He wanted to restore all the spiritual power and injuries he had lost today. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His body had reached its peak. After another 10 days, the dark red divine dragon's array was finally completed. On the other side, Lu Mingyue also came out of seclusion. Lu Mingyue was wearing a blue dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy. The aura on her body had become much stronger. Obviously, she had used countless natural treasures during the seclusion and finally improved her strength again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Great, it's finally completed. He had a set of array in his hand, flickering with mysterious Dao patterns. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue also walked over and carefully observed the array. Chapter 1861. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. After all, the Crimson Shinong was only a 5-star king now, while almighties were extremely powerful existences. Even the saint might not be able to contend against them. Could an array formation kill such a powerful existence? Kill almighties? What are you thinking? The crimson divine dragon rolled his eyes. My formation can contend against almighties, but it can't kill almighties. This is a teleportation formation that can forcibly teleport almighties, and the distance is far enough that they won't be able to fly back in a short time. Think about it. As long as all the almighties around the saintess of all beginnings are transferred away, even if those almighties are still alive, what effect will it have on us? I see. Hearing this, Lu Mingyue heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very shocked. One had to know that almighties could directly break through the void to escape if they were unwilling to do so. But now this formation could completely transfer almighties. It was absolutely shocking. Lin Xian was also delighted, but he still reminded her, "Don't get too excited. We still don't know how many experts and Almighty's the other party will bring. But as far as I know, the Saintess of all beginnings must have a path protector. In other words, apart from the other Almighties, we must compare the path protector with the other party. Only then can we kill the other party. Otherwise, with the path protector, we won't be able to succeed at all. At this time, Lu Mingyue also said, "Don't worry, there won't be too many Almighties, at most 1 or 2. Firstly, Almighties aren't cabbages, and we aren't Almighties. It's too degrading to use Almighties to deal with us. The Saintess of all beginnings won't mobilize so many Almighties for her face." Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a lot more relieved. They could still deal with 1 or 2 Almighties. As for the other kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon had many killing formations and could completely deal with them. Then, the 3 discussed again and prepared to set up a killing trap. As for the location of the attack, they chose the northern region. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't want to run anymore. Moreover, the northern region were far away from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If they really killed the Saintess of All Beginnings, it would be convenient for them to escape. These days, the northern region was very lively because everyone was talking about the 10,000th Thunder Saint Sun. Logically speaking, although the Myriad Thunder Holy Sun was a holy sun, the Myriad Thunder Holy Land was not in the northern region. If they wanted to talk, they would be talking about the 4 symbol saints, the Liang clan's eldest son, or the geniuses of the remote antiquity clans. But why were they talking about the Saint Almighties? Because Almighties is, Almighties est, Almighties is to know. A saint, a prodigy, had actually lost to a wandering cultivator. This was definitely earth-shattering news. Alas, Almighty to talks to know the alto tus toto tu. Aludo ala, he tease. However, it wasn't long before another piece of news came from the Northern Territory, and it caused an uproar. It even overshadowed the 10,000th Thunder Saint's defeat. Have you heard? I got a big piece of news recently. It's too exciting. What news can be more important than the Saint Almighty's defeat? Everyone was puzzled. In their opinion, the Saint's defeat was already big news. Could there be more terrible news? Did you know that someone is secretly auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment? What? In the restaurant, the warriors all spat out the wine in their mouths when they heard this. They widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What did you say? Say it again. To be honest, this was too shocking. However, someone said, yes, you didn't hear wrong. Someone is auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment. The Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment? Are you kidding me? Everyone didn't believe it at all. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now, someone was auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment. Were they trying to pull the Saintess down from their pedestal? The Saintess and Saintess were the top Almighties of the younger generation. Their strength was even stronger than the older generation. It could be said that they were the most powerful existences below the Almighties. Some powerful Saintesses were even able to compete with the Almighties. But recently there had been negative news about such a powerful, godlike figure. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment was being auctioned. However, some people shook their heads in denial. Impossible. Are you kidding me? Who is the Saintess of all beginnings? Her undergarment is such a private thing. How could it be leaked? It must be fake. Yes, someone must have made a fake undergarment with ulterior motives. They want to frame the Saintess of all beginnings. What do you know? I saw it with my own eyes. However, the person who spread the news was extremely angry. Not long ago, he had attended a very private small party. At that party, he had seen the Saintess's undergarment. At that time, he was so shocked that he spread the news. But now, these people in the restaurant didn't believe it. It was really infuriating. You saw it with your own eyes? What does it look like? Also, how can you be so sure that it's the Saintess of all beginnings's undergarment and not someone else's? because I found a very pure and heavy chaotic aura on that undergarment. Only the martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land have this kind of chaotic aura. Moreover, the residual aura on it is too terrifying. It surpasses the aura of an ordinary 6-star king. Which young woman do you think has this kind of chaotic aura? I can't think of a second person besides the saintess of All Beginnings. What? Chaotic aura? Is it really the saintess of All Beginnings? Hearing the other party's colorful answer, everyone was shocked. They didn't believe it before, but if someone really saw it with their own eyes and it contained a strong chaotic aura, then it might really be the saintess of All Beginnings' undergarment. But how could the saintess of All Beginnings lose such a private thing? Still, some people were confused. I don't know about this, but I heard another piece of news. It said that the saintess of All Beginnings once fought with someone and was caught. She was even stripped naked. That's why that undergarment appeared. Heavens! Everyone's scalp went numb. If this matter was true, then it would be a big joke. If no one knew about this matter, then forget it. But if it was spread out, then it would be a disaster for the saintess of All Beginnings and the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone had often discussed the All Beginnings Holy Land. Chapter 1862. The reason was that Lu Mengyue had been captured by someone in the oblique moon mystic world and had even become a maid. That was why she had been replaced by another disciple. However, no one had expected that such a thing would happen to the newly promoted All Beginnings saintess. It was truly shocking. This news spread like a gust of wind in an instant. In an instant, the entire northern region was discussing this matter. Moreover, this wasn't the end. This news continued to spread rapidly throughout the eastern wasteland. It wouldn't take long for the entire eastern wasteland to know about this matter. After all, this matter was simply too shocking. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this news alone was enough to make everyone go crazy. After all, an existence capable of becoming a saintess was not only powerful, but also incomparably beautiful. Such a person was a goddess in everyone's heart. However, no one had expected that someone would actually try to pull this goddess down from her pedestal. The female disciples were still fine. As for the male cultivators, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all gathered in the northern region. They wanted to see the legendary saintess undergarment with their own eyes. The All Beginnings Holy Ground was a peerless holy ground. Its disciples roamed all over the eastern wasteland. Therefore, there were naturally disciples in the northern region. After they learned of this news, they were incomparably furious. They knew how great of an impact this news would have on the All Beginnings Holy Ground and their saintess. Therefore, these people went crazy trying to stop this news. They didn't even hesitate to attack and kill the person who spread this news. However, they were unable to stop this because the news had already spread. Perhaps even if the entire All Beginnings Holy Ground was mobilized, they might not be able to suppress this news. That is, unless they killed everyone. However, this was impossible. Damn it! Hurry up and report this matter to the Holy Ground. The All Beginnings Holy Ground's cultivators had gloomy expressions as they hurriedly sent the news back. The All Beginnings Holy Ground was a peerless holy ground in the southern region of the eastern wasteland. It was incomparably powerful. The name, All Beginnings, was derived from the time when heaven and earth were created. Moreover, they cultivated the primal chaos laws. It could be said that although they had never produced a great emperor, their foundation was still extremely terrifying. The All Beginnings Holy Ground occupied an enormous amount of spirit veins. The scenery inside the Holy Ground was breathtaking. Mountains, rivers, and rivers covered the entire area. Strange peaks converged there. Steep cliffs towered from the ground to the sky. Pine trees were contending with each other on the cliffs. Strange rocks were contending with each other on the strange peaks. Smoke and clouds filled the valleys, and multicolored lights were flowing on the cliffs. The spiritual chi was even denser, as if it was a paradise on earth. On top of a spiritual mountain, a beautiful figure sat cross-legged, bathing in the morning glow and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Around her, streams of chaotic energy circled around her. It was extremely mysterious, making her look like a fairy. This mysterious woman was the saint of all beginnings. Her entire being was incomparably ethereal like a fairy. Her slender, jade-like hands were constantly changing seals. It was very obvious that she was cultivating a profound, ultimate divine ability. However, in the next moment, a ray of chaotic light came from afar, streaking across the void like a bolt of lightning. He appeared in front of her in an instant. Then the primal chaos light flickered, and a jade slip appeared on top of it. The saintess of all beginnings opened her eyes when she felt the change in the spiritual power of the void. Stars twinkled in her beautiful eyes. Next, she raised her slender hand and opened the jade slip. Then he used his soul power to sense. But soon, her face turned gloomy. Two beams of sharp light shot out from her eyes and tore the void in front of her apart. Not only that, but the chaotic energy on her body also erupted in an instant, sweeping in all directions and forming a terrifying chaotic domain. At this moment, the saintess of all beginnings no longer had her previous ethereal and elegant appearance. Instead, it was replaced by a thick, murderous aura that soared into the sky. It turned out that the information transmitted by the jade slip was what was happening in the northern region. Who is it? How dare he frame me behind my back? When I find out, I will tear him into pieces. The saintess of all beginnings' expression was cold. The next moment, her figure flickered and she left the spiritual mountain. In the northern region, the winds and clouds were changing and undercurrents were surging. Because after the incident with the saintess undergarment, there was news that someone was going to display the undergarment for everyone to see. As soon as this news came out, everyone was shocked and directly caused an uproar, because until now they had only been talking about it and hadn't seen the real undergarment at all. But now someone was going to take it out to see it. This really made them excited. For a time, everyone was looking forward to it. They all rubbed their fists and prepared to go and see it, because whether it was real or fake, they would miss it. The cultivators of the All Beginnings holy land in the northern region were gnashing their teeth. They were also preparing to go and see it. Of course, they weren't going to admire the undergarment, but to investigate this matter. If the saintess undergarment really existed, they would snatch it back at all costs and kill the other party. Moreover, they also wanted to find out who was behind this matter and what their purpose was. For a time, the winds and clouds in the northern region changed. Everyone was waiting for the latest news about the saintess undergarment. On the other side, in the city, Lin Xian disguised himself as an ordinary person and mixed in with the crowd. Seeing the crazy situation in the northern region, the corners of his mouth raised into a sneer. Of course, he was the one who spread the news. This matter was also planned by him, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon. This was just the beginning. They naturally wanted to attract the saintess of all beginnings. Of course, before that, they really had to show the saintess undergarment in their hands. Otherwise, the saintess of all beginnings wouldn't believe them. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Xian's body faded and disappeared into the crowd. In a mountain range far away from the city, Lin Xian stood on the top of a mountain and looked down. Lu Mingyue and the dark red divine dragon were standing beside him. The three of them didn't come here to admire the scenery. They were preparing to show the saintess undergarment in a few days. Below, the mountain range was continuous and the trees towered into the sky. The peaks were like divine swords, piercing into the sky. Lin Xian looked down and smiled. I think this place is good. It's suitable for our next action. The dark red divine dragon nodded. There's a spiritual vein below. Although it's not big, it can provide energy for us to set up a formation. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Lu Mingyue was even more anxious. Okay. Lin Xian smiled. They had searched for many days and finally found a good place. Then the dark red divine dragon swayed its tail and went down to set up a formation between the mountains. Lin Xian and the others knew that the saintess of all beginnings couldn't come in such a short time. Even if she came, she wouldn't do anything. Everyone was suspicious that they didn't have the saintess undergarment, so he showed it first. Chapter 1863. This was because they wouldn't allow any negative news about the All Beginnings Holy Land to spread. They would definitely take action when the time came. Therefore, Lin Xian had to make arrangements in advance to prevent the chaos of war when the time came. After 5 days, the dark red divine dragon finished setting up the array. This time, there was a spirit vein underground that could provide a powerful energy source. Therefore, they didn't need too many precious materials to complete the array. There was a transmission array that could allow Lin Xian and the others to escape in a moment of crisis. Even if they encountered an almighty expert, they wouldn't need to worry. There was also a defensive array and an offensive array. In short, it was very comprehensive. It was enough for Lin Xian and the others to deal with it safely. After setting up the array, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and the dark red divine dragon left. They arrived at the nearest city. Inside the city, everyone was talking about the remaining news. They were all guessing who it was that dared to make a move against the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone guessed that it was some powerful Holy Land, ancient aristocratic family, or some mysterious power. Of course, they never imagined that the mastermind behind all this would be a single person. Moreover, it was a loose cultivator. They never imagined that a single person would dare to provoke a peerless Holy Land. This was something that they couldn't even dream of. After entering the city, the dark red divine dragon and Lu Mingyue entered the black earth. The two of them were too eye-catching. As for Lin Xian, he changed his appearance and turned into an ordinary king. Then he entered the restaurant. He walked to a table near the window and ordered a pot of spirit wine and several exquisite dishes. Then he silently tasted them. The restaurant was very lively. The majority of the cultivators were discussing the matter of the saintess undergarment. Say, who do you think did this? How could they be so daring? Who knows? The All Beginnings Holy Land is so powerful. It must have clashed with many powers over the years. Maybe it's one of them. I'm not interested in who it is. What I'm interested in is when the exhibition will begin. I can't wait to see that undergarment. That's right. I wonder what happened between that person and the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. He actually managed to obtain the saintess undergarment. He's my idol. I must aspire to become someone like him. Forget it. You want to have ideas about the saintess? Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death? Everyone was discussing and laughing nonstop. Humph. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from downstairs. It was as if thunder had exploded and reverberated throughout the entire space. Hearing this voice, everyone stiffened and felt suffocated. It was as if they had been struck by thunder, and their faces were extremely pale. Lin Xian naturally heard this cold snort and immediately frowned. Naturally, he could sense the terrifying power that came from this cold snort. It was at least a 6-star King Realm expert, and it was very powerful. However, no matter how strong this power was, it had no effect on him. One had to realize that even the Holy Sons couldn't do anything to him, let alone a mere 6-star king tier. He quietly picked up the spirit wine on the table and tasted it while looking at the stairs in front of him, because there was the sound of steady footsteps. The footsteps were extremely heavy and carried an indescribable rhythm. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to breathe. The entire second floor of the restaurant was silent. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the stairs. Not long after, a figure appeared there. It was a youth with a handsome appearance that seemed to have been carved with a knife. He looked confident and at ease, but the light in his eyes made people not dare to underestimate him. Moreover, his expression was extremely gloomy and cold. It even contained a biting, cold-killing intent. Who was talking about the All Beginnings Holy Land just now? The youth asked coldly after arriving on the second floor. His ice-cold gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept through the surroundings. Sensing this sharp gaze, many people lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. That was because this gaze was too sharp and contained a powerful energy. Moreover, the crowd also noticed the symbol of the All Beginnings Holy Land on his clothes. It was clear that he was a cultivator of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Before such an expert of the All Beginnings Holy Land, the majority of the people lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. After all, they didn't dare to provoke him. Seeing that no one was speaking, the youth snorted coldly. The exhibition was simply a joke. The news was planted to frame me. It never happened, yet you all still believed it? I, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter, am as pure as ice and as powerful as jade. How could someone steal my undergarment? That's just a bunch of nonsense. Don't let me hear anything about the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. This youth was extremely domineering. His words were filled with warning and biting, cold-killing intent. Hearing this, many people shivered and fear appeared in their eyes. They knew that the All Beginnings Holy Land was about to launch a counterattack. On the side, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. He didn't refute this youth. After all, he would soon hold his first exhibition. However, what surprised him was that he didn't refute this youth. Instead, someone else in the restaurant spoke up to refute this youth. Just because you say there isn't one, there isn't one. The news has already spread throughout our northern region. Moreover, the exhibition will be held in a few days. There is definitely one. Don't think that just because you are a member of the All Beginnings Holy Land, you can rely on your powerful cultivation to oppress others. If you have the ability, try oppressing me. This voice was extremely arrogant. He didn't place the All Beginnings Holy Land in his eyes at all. When the others heard this, their eyelids twitched violently. Who was this ferocious person? He actually dared to go against the All Beginnings Holy Land? Did he not want his life anymore? After the youth from the All Beginnings Holy Land heard this, his expression sank. He didn't expect that there would actually be someone who dared to oppose him. This person was truly courting death. In the next instant, he turned his head and stared at the person who had just spoken. In a cold voice, he asked, "Who are you? Come here and die." As he spoke, 2 rays of primal chaos light shot out from his eyes. The rays of primal chaos light transformed into sharp blades that pierced forward. "You want to attack?" That person laughed wildly. "It seems that your All Beginnings Holy Land has a guilty conscience. What's wrong? You want to silence me?" His voice was like thunder. It vibrated unceasingly. Many people felt their blood boil. A crack appeared in the void and swallowed the 2 rays of primal chaos light. What? He actually blocked it. Everyone was startled. The youth from the All Beginnings Holy Land also furrowed his brows. The other party's strength was actually not his. This truly surprised him. At this moment, he finally faced the other party head-on. The surrounding cultivators also cried out in alarm. For Symbol's Holy Land, they discovered that the person who had spoken was a tall youth. His figure was tall and sturdy. He resembled a humanoid, monstrous beast. In the entire northern region, only the people from the 4 Symbols Holy Land possessed such terrifying strength. Chapter 1864. The 4 Symbols' sacred grounds were also peerless sacred grounds. Furthermore, their headquarters were located in the North region. It could be said that the All Beginnings Holy Land was the overlord of this place. They naturally wouldn't fear the All Beginnings Holy Land. Moreover, although these holy lands had connections with each other and had mutual benefits, fundamentally speaking, they were still competitors. This was especially true for their holy sons and holy daughters. The competition was even more intense. Everyone wanted to suppress the others. Now that something like this had happened to the saintess of all beginnings, The cultivators of the four symbols, holy lands, naturally wanted to step on her. Four symbols, holy lands. Could it be that you wish to start a war with my all beginnings, holy lands? That youth's voice was ice cold. He had naturally discovered that the other party was a member of the four symbols, holy lands. Stop pretending. Who are you? Just because I refuted you with a few words, the two holy lands will start a war? What a joke! The burly young man had a look of disdain on his face. Although his limbs were well developed, his brain was not simple at all. He sneered, "There's no need to use the holy lands to scare me. We're all disciples of the holy lands, and the power behind us is about the same. If you want to suppress me, then show me what you've got. But I advise you not to make a move. Firstly, you can't beat me. Moreover, whether the matter of the saintess undergarment is true or not, you will know when you visit it in a few days." What exhibition? After so long, there's still no specific location. This is all a lie. Only an idiot like you would believe that. The all-beginning holy lands, youth sneered. He naturally wouldn't admit that their saintess had really lost her undergarment. Being called an idiot, the four symbols holy land martial artist was enraged. In the next moment, he poured out the spirit wine in the cup. Whoosh! Although it was only a cup of spirit wine, in the hands of this burly young man, it had become a terrifying, killing weapon. The water droplets that filled the sky transformed into sharp, hidden weapons. They pierced through the void and flew rapidly toward the gloomy youth. Humph! The youth from the all-beginnings holy land was enraged upon seeing the other party attacking. Naturally, he was not afraid of the other party. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic chi on his body surged rapidly, forming a chaotic shield in front of him. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the two collided violently. Fortunately, this was not an ordinary restaurant. There was a defensive array formation, and the energy was quickly transferred. This caused the energy to surge into the sky. Otherwise, this attack would have blasted the entire restaurant into pieces. The manager of the restaurant was infuriated and rushed down. He wanted to see who dared to make a move here. However, when he saw that it was the disciples of the two holy lands who were fighting, he immediately calmed down, especially since one of the opponents was from the Wanchu Holy Land. Now that the news of the 10,000 exits Holy Land was spreading everywhere, these people were definitely in a bad mood. They might even go berserk immediately. He didn't want to provoke the people of the Holy Land, so he could only pretend that he didn't see anything. However, the owner of the restaurant still secretly activated the array formation to prevent the restaurant from being destroyed. As long as the restaurant was fine, the others could do whatever they wanted. In any case, he wouldn't lose a single cent. The warriors in the restaurant were even more shocked. They even had the urge to run away. That was because the aura these two people exuded was too terrifying. They couldn't mature at all. At this moment, a delicate laugh came from downstairs. Then, a figure walked up the stairs. It was a woman wearing a light green dress with a crescent moon embroidered on her sleeves. Silver threads drew out a few auspicious clouds, as if a bright moon had risen from the sea of clouds. Her chest was wrapped in a light yellow brocade. Her body turned gently, and the long dress spread out. Her every movement was graceful, like a willow tree swaying in the wind. Moon-worshipping cult. Everyone exclaimed when they saw the crescent moon on the woman's sleeves. Lin Xian also frowned and looked up, but the next moment he shook his head slightly. Originally, he thought it was the moon-worshipping saintess who had come. He didn't expect it to be another disciple of the moon-worshipping cult. Although she wasn't the saintess, the aura exuding from this woman was extremely terrifying. Come to think of it, he should also be a prodigy. As soon as the woman went upstairs, she said with a smile, "The saintess of all beginnings is too careless. How can she give such a private thing to someone else? Could it be that that person is her lover?" Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They didn't expect the moon-worshipping cult to get involved in this mess. After hearing this, the Four Symbols Holy Land cultivator also laughed. That's a good idea. Everyone thinks that the Saintess of All Beginnings lost her undergarment because she was defeated and snatched by someone. But there might be another possibility. She might have given it to her lover. Your All Beginnings Holy Land is really something. Do you have any other beautiful junior sisters? Why don't you introduce one to me? The Four Symbols Holy Land cultivator laughed wildly. He didn't place the All Beginnings Holy Land in his eyes at all. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land cultivator, he gnashed his teeth in anger. He coldly stared at the beautiful woman and asked with clenched teeth, "Who are you? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I am Hualien. I came here to eat. What does it have to do with you? Why are the tempers of the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land so bad? It's no wonder that female disciple is looking for other lovers. It seems you should look for the reason yourself first. Otherwise, you won't know which junior sister's undergarment was given to someone else. You are courting death." The All Beginnings Holy Land cultivator was furious and was about to attack. But right at this time, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Soon after, a powerful aura rushed downstairs. Not long after, a majestic figure appeared. A resplendent radiance revolved around his body. It was different from the light of primal chaos. Instead, it was a different kind of five-colored radiance. 5 elements sect. Everyone cried out in alarm. They didn't expect that a genius disciple of the 5 elements sect would also appear here. It seemed that the matter of the northern region's undergarment had shaken the entire eastern desolate region. More and more peerless holy lands and unrivaled great sects had come to the northern region. So it was brother Sun of the 5 element sect. When the moon-worshipping cult's Hualien saw the handsome youth, she smiled. As for Sun Hao of the 5 element sect, he looked around and indifferently said, "I didn't expect this place to be so lively. It seems I've come to the right place." Hualien smiled and said, "Brother Sun, I believe we all came here to admire the undergarment of the Saintess. How about we sit together, drink cup, and chat?" "Okay." Sun Hao nodded. Then he walked over to Hualien and slowly sat down. The All Beginnings Holy Lands youth, Fan Hengfei, gnashed his teeth. "What exhibition? I'll say it again. There is no such thing. That's not necessarily true. I heard that the exhibition will be held in 2 days. Moreover, the location has already been chosen. It's the cold flying mountain located north of the city." Chapter 1865. At this time, Lin Xian spoke. He felt that it was about time to spread the news. "What? It will begin in 2 days. The location is Cold Flying Mountain." Everyone was in an uproar as soon as they heard this news. They didn't think that there would really be an exhibition. Moreover, it would begin in 2 days. This was just too shocking. Even Sun Hao and Hualien revealed shocked expressions. Hualien's eyes shifted and she began to look at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had already changed his appearance and aura, becoming extremely ordinary. Therefore, the other party couldn't see any flaws. "Little brother, may I ask where you obtained this news? Is it true? I just came out from the mountains and heard others say this. Looking at the clothes of those people, they should also be disciples of the Holy Lands. It shouldn't be wrong." Hearing this, everyone became excited. Could there really be a saintess undergarment on display? This was too exciting. The cultivators of the 4 symbols, Holy Lands, laughed heartily. Who cared if it was true or not? They would know once they went to Cold Flying Mountain in 2 days. While everyone was excited, the disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land, Fan Hengfei, was gnashing his teeth. He didn't think that even the time and location of the exhibition would be made up. This was truly hateful. In the next moment, he turned around and glared at Lin Xian, killing intent surging in his eyes. "Brat, I already warned you before. If you dare to spread this news again and slander my all beginnings holy land, I will personally kill you. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, everyone's hearts jumped wildly. It seemed that the other party was going to forcefully attack. Would the person who spread the news be able to resist? The surrounding cultivators were worried. As for Hualien and Sun Hao, they looked as if they were watching a play. They didn't want to help Lin Xian. This sort of ordinary king realm cultivator wasn't worthy of their attention. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He indifferently said, "When did the all beginnings holy land become so overbearing? You don't even allow others to speak? Deceiving the masses with your lies. Of course, I have the right to kill you." Fan Hengfei snorted coldly, the aura on his body becoming more and more terrifying. "Is that so? If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Lin Xian's face was calm without any fear. "Humph, you're courting death." Fan Hengfei was really angry. How dare a small rogue cultivator be so arrogant in front of him? He really didn't know what death was. He could not kill the people from the four symbols sacred grounds and the moon worshipping cult in a short period of time. However, this was just a mere rogue cultivator, a little king of unknown origins. Killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. In the next moment, he directly made his move. He raised his palm and pressed forward. The terrifying palm blossomed with radiance. It was surrounded by chaotic light, as if it was the hand of the heavens. As soon as this palm appeared, the eyelids of everyone in the hall twitched violently. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they felt a sense of suffocation. Because this palm was too terrifying, they were unable to resist at all. Even Hualien, Sun Hao, and the others frowned. They had to admit that the other party was indeed powerful. Looking at this terrifying palm, Lin Xian's expression was calm. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve, and the spiritual energy in the sky surged, forming a divine bridge that flew upward. The divine bridge was dazzling, and it was covered with runes. It was like a divine bridge that led to the heavens, and it carried with it a supreme aura. In the blink of an eye, it blocked the astonishing, chaotic palm. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That was because that chaotic palm was extremely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would find it difficult to resist it. This ordinary youth in front of them was actually able to block it. It was really inconceivable. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, he seemed to be able to block it so easily. This made them even more shocked. Humph! Seeing that the other party was able to resist him, Fan Hengfei's expression became gloomy. He didn't expect that he had made an error in judgment. However, so what? No matter what, he would kill the other party today as a warning to others. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of provoking the all beginnings sacred ground. In the next moment, the chaotic energy in his body surged, and the chaotic palm became even more dazzling. Then, it ruthlessly slammed toward the divine bridge. However, that divine bridge was really too mysterious. It was like a bridge that led to the heavens, and it emitted a supreme might. It rapidly descended, and it crushed the void. In the end, Fan Hengfei had no choice but to support it with his hands. He didn't dare to believe this. However, what shocked him even more was that the power contained within the divine bridge was incomparably terrifying. Even if he supported it with his hands, he couldn't maintain it for too long. At this moment, his arms were already numb, and his muscles were starting to tremble. It was as if what he was supporting wasn't a divine bridge, but 100,000 mountains. It was abnormally heavy. He actually managed to block it? Not bad, not bad. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to resist it for so long. It was indeed surprising. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve again, and even more spiritual energy gathered on the divine bridge. Buzz! Immediately, the divine bridge became even more dazzling. The runes on it flickered unceasingly, and it looked incomparably mysterious. Fan Hengfei's face was incomparably red, and his hands were bent. He couldn't withstand this power at all. Crack! Crack! The clothes on his sleeve shattered, and they fluttered in the air like butterflies. Not only that, but the tables and chairs around him also cracked and turned into powder. Crack! Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and it looked like it would collapse at any moment. This scene shocked everyone. That was because the tables and chairs on the ground had been reinforced by an array and were extremely sturdy. Even ordinary kings couldn't break them. But now they had completely shattered. Even the ground had cracked. One could imagine how terrifying the power the other party was withstanding was. What was even more shocking was that the divine bridge had bent the other party's arms, and it looked like it was about to envelop him. Scram! Fan Hengfei's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Then his body blossomed with boundless multicolored light. A resplendent beam of light rapidly flew out like a bolt of lightning and bombarded the rainbow bridge. What a terrifying primal chaos light! Seeing this scene, Hualien and Sun Hao frowned. On the other side, the four symbols' Holy Land's cultivators also had solemn expressions. They weren't unfamiliar with the primal chaos light. Just like the primal chaos chi, it was an ultimate divine ability of the All-Beginnings' Holy Land. The primal chaos light was extremely terrifying. It was said that when cultivated to the peak, it could split the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The primal chaos light bombarded the divine bridge, causing it to slow down slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fan Hengfei's figure flickered, and he retreated to a safe distance. Then his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stubbornly stared at Lin Xian. Damn it! Who the hell are you? He was too shocked. The other party's methods were too terrifying, and he had nearly been injured. Someone who could threaten him was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, this person had to be a disciple of a holy land or an ancient family. However, he had never seen this person before. Moreover, this person looked very ordinary, and he couldn't see through his aura. There was also no symbol of any family or sect on his clothes. Chapter 1866. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that there will be an exhibition of the Saintess undergarments on Mount Hanfei in 2 days. At that time, I hope you can personally go and take a look. Then, you'll know whether your Saintess lost her undergarments or not." Damn it! Fan Hengfei gnashed his teeth in anger. The other party was too hateful. He had actually brought up this matter again and again. This was driving him crazy. He was about to attack again when Hualien laughed and said, "What? Brother Fan, do you still want to attack? However, from the looks of it, you won't be able to defeat him. It's fine if you can't take him down, but don't let him take you down. That would be a huge joke." Fan Hengfei was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The other party was obviously an ordinary king, but his strength was so strange. He couldn't figure it out. He even suspected that this was someone pretending to be a king in order to attack the All-Beginnings' Holy Land. Buzz! Just when everyone thought that Fan Hengfei couldn't attack, a sudden change occurred. A resplendent light shone. Then it turned into a shocking rainbow that ruthlessly chopped toward Lin Xian. This resplendent saber light was extremely sharp. It was like a divine red light that mercilessly chopped down. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped by it. To think that someone else would make a move. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Lin Xian also frowned. In the next instant, he threw out the spirit wine in his hand. The spirit wine filled the sky and formed a lotus flower in the air. Moreover, it kept growing bigger and bigger. Combined with the surrounding spiritual energy, it spun rapidly. Clang! In the next instant, the lotus flower and the saber light collided. "Who is it?" Lin Xian shouted coldly. "Heavenly Saber Sect, Qin Yi Dao." An ice-cold voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that someone from the Heavenly Saber sect would come. It was indeed someone from the Heavenly Saber sect. The saber light just now was too sharp. It was like a real heavenly saber. Everyone whispered to each other. It was obvious that the saber light just now had left a deep impression on them. Heavenly Saber Sect. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this sect before. It was a great sect in the eastern wasteland, and the disciples in the sect mainly cultivated saber techniques. It was rumored that their heavenly blade was extremely powerful. If it was practiced to the peak, it could cut through everything in the world. He didn't expect that the people from this sect would come as well. You want to attack me too? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Although his opponent's saber technique was very powerful, Lin Xian's expression was calm without any fear. In the next moment, a young man appeared on the stairs. This young man had an ordinary face, but his eyes were unusually sharp, and the aura on his body was incomparably radiant. It was as if a heavenly blade had been unsheathed, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Of course, I'm here to teach you a lesson for Brother Fan. You're too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Wanchu Holy Land is not something you can provoke. I'm doing this for your own good. Hurry up and leave. Don't spread the news here. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered, You really have a glib tongue. However, this news isn't spread randomly. It's absolutely true. After Chen Yidao heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Kid, although you're strong and aren't any weaker than the Wanchu Holy Land's prodigies, I advise you to stop now. If you're targeted by the Wanchu Holy Land's experts, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. As a person, you should know your own limits. The current you isn't qualified to compete with us. Is that so? If I want to leave, no one can stop me, Lin Xian said indifferently. His words were filled with confidence. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. Chen Yidao's face sank, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Then it turned into two resplendent saber lights that slashed forward. These were saber lights formed from his eyes. They were very dazzling, as if they were divine red. They were unusually sharp. This kind of magical ability was too terrifying. A single gaze could turn into such terrifying saber lights. It was indeed shocking. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a beam of light shot out from his eyes. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, it turned into a shocking sword light that slashed forward. In terms of soul power and combat power, Lin Xian wouldn't lose to Chen Yidao. Therefore, he decisively attacked. Ka! Their gazes clashed in the air. It was like the collision of lightning, setting off a terrifying storm. The empty palace was dazzling. The saber lights and sword shadows were like fireworks. However, the surrounding people were frightened. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this energy. They had no choice. Whether it was the saber lights or the sword shadows, they were too sharp. If they touched them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Seeing that Chen Yidao's gaze had turned into a shocking sword light, Chen Yidao's expression changed. He was surprised. This time, his attack wasn't a simple saber light attack. It contained a terrifying soul power. It could be said that it was invincible. However, Chen Yidao was able to block it. This was beyond his expectations. The next moment, Chen Yidao snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably cold. You're very strong. You deserve my full strength. No need. I'm not here to fight. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't interested in fighting with Chen Yidao. I'm here to pass you a message. In 2 days, there will be an exhibition of the Saintess undergarments. I hope you won't miss it. After saying that, his figure swayed and gradually dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Seeing this, Fan Hengfei roared angrily. He shot out a chaotic light and swept it forward. However, Lin Xian's figure had completely disappeared. The chaotic light destroyed all the tables, chairs, and dishes. but didn't capture anyone's figure. Damn it. Seeing this, Fan Hengfei gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't expect Chen Yidao to escape. The surrounding people were moved. With Fan Hengfei present, they didn't dare to be too excited. However, everyone was excited. They decided to go to Hanfei Mountain to watch the exhibition in 2 days. Not only that, the news spread like a gust of wind, instantly spreading to the entire northern region. In an instant, everyone set off for Hanfei Mountain. However, the northern region was too big. Some warriors who were far away couldn't even fly for 2 days, unless they used a large-scale transmission array, but that kind of array generally consumed a lot of resources. Those who wanted to use it and were able to use it were not ordinary people. Even so, a large number of warriors still came to Hanfei Mountain. Hanfei Mountain was a very tall mountain among the vast mountains. At the top of this mountain there was white snow, and the cold wind was whistling. It was as if the northern country was frozen, so it was called Hanfei Mountain. From this, one could imagine how tall this mountain was. This was the place Lin Xian had chosen for the exhibition. However, he was not at the top of the mountain, but at the mountainside. There was a huge platform there, as if it had been cut into pieces by a giant sword. It was very spacious. It was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Chapter 1867. After the news spread, the surrounding martial artists all gathered here. Even those who were nearby had all rushed over ahead of time. Lin Xian also came in advance. But this time, the dark red divine dragon and Lu Mingyue still did not show up. After all, if the two of them came out, everyone would definitely guess their identities. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lin Xian came out alone this time. Lin Xian still changed his appearance to that of an ordinary king as he arrived at the mountain peak. There were already many people here. There were martial artists everywhere, and they were all talking. Everyone was very excited. Obviously, this was a grand occasion. They would be able to see the legendary Saintess undergarment. Not only that, there were martial artists descending from the sky from time to time. Obviously, more martial artists were coming. Buzz! A rainbow saber cut through the sky, and then a 5-colored divine boat flew over. It was surrounded by 5 colored rays of light and fell from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Then, countless young disciples walked down from the divine boat. All of them were in high spirits and had powerful auras. Their faces were shining. Their eyes were shining. These were the disciples of the 5 Element sect. They had come as a group to watch. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they were also talking about it. They did not expect that a saintess undergarment could cause such a big commotion. They did not know what other powerful figures had come to watch. So far, most of the martial artists who had gathered on the mountain peak were young disciples. There were also some middle-aged people. Few of the older generation had come. After all, it was normal for the young people to be excited about such a thing. If the elders of any sect came to watch, they would probably be laughed at. At that time, it would not be the saintess of all beginnings who would be embarrassed, but the elders who came to watch. Therefore, the elders of the sacred grounds and the large sects would not come. They would only send young disciples. On the mountain peak, many people surrounded the people from the 5 Element sect and invited them away like stars surrounding the bright moon. It was a good opportunity to make friends with the 5 Element sect. Some people with good intentions would not miss it. After that, the Liang family, the moon worshipping cult, the 4 symbols, sacred grounds, and other powerful sects and families all came. Countless young disciples gathered. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up at the sight. This scene was more spectacular than he had imagined. Soon he narrowed his eyes because he had discovered a special person. He didn't do it. The other party was Fan Hengfei. He didn't expect him to come. "Brother Fan, you're early." "It seems that you also think that your saintess lost her undergarment, right?" Lin Xian smiled and went over to greet them. "It's you." Fan Hengfei turned around and stared at Lin Xian. To be honest, he was very angry because he found that so many people had come to watch the exhibition. This drove him crazy. However, he did not dare to say anything. Now was not the time for him to behave atrociously. There were so many people here. If he were to cause trouble here, he would probably be beaten to death by everyone. He was waiting. He was waiting for the All Beginnings, Holy Land's experts to arrive. That way they could act together. However, he didn't expect someone to call out to him at this moment. Moreover, he knew this person. It was the ordinary king who had spread the news in the restaurant 2 days ago. Back then, he had let the other party escape. Who would have thought that the other party would actually take the initiative to come knocking on his door? Brat, since you've come here to die, then don't blame me. Fan Hengfei's lips curled into a sinister smile. The majority of the people who had come this time were disciples of the Holy Land's great sections. With so many people gathered together, Fan Hengfei was unable to resist them with his strength alone. Thus, he would not attack these people for the time being. However, the other party was merely a loose cultivator. Although the other party had been able to contend against him last time, Fan Hengfei believed that he had been too careless. Moreover, the other party had not used his full strength. If he had used his full strength, he would definitely have been able to slap the other party to death. Now that he had encountered the other party, it was the best opportunity to attack. He wanted to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. Seeing the ice-cold glint in Fan Hengfei's eyes, Lin Xian smiled. What, do you still want to attack me? Could it be that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough? Or do you want everyone to know that you are a cultivator of the All Beginnings Holy Land? Fan Hengfei's expression changed. He had naturally come in disguise this time. Although he had not changed his appearance, he had changed his clothes. He was no longer wearing the clothes of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Instead, he was wearing a set of blue clothes. However, there was no symbol of his sect on them. If he were the symbol of the All Beginnings Holy Land, he would definitely be surrounded by people and treated as a weirdo. However, if Fan Hengfei were to shout at him at this time, everyone would know his identity. Then everyone would know his identity, and he wouldn't have the face to stay here any longer. Thinking of this, Fan Hengfei's expression became even more gloomy. Brat, you dare to threaten me? You are truly reckless. Originally, I wanted to slap you to death and give you a quick and painless death. But now I have changed my mind. I will properly torture you and let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. Fan Hengfei gnashed his teeth furiously. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Then he loudly said, Quickly, come and see. Someone is about to attack. There were originally a lot of people on the mountain peak. When they heard Fan Hengfei's voice, countless gazes immediately looked over. Lin Xian chuckled. He did not seem to care at all. After all, he had changed his appearance. No one would recognize him. As for Fan Hengfei, his complexion darkened. He felt as if those rays of light were sharp blades. They made him feel extremely uncomfortable and made him want to run away. However, he still consoled himself. He believed that no one would be able to recognize him. However, the surrounding cultivators were discussing amongst themselves. Who is that person? He looks so familiar. Now that you mention it, I also feel that he looks familiar. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They were all trying to guess the identity of Fan Hengfei and Fan Hengfei. Lin Xian did not move. However, Fan Hengfei was nervous. Then, with a swoosh, he used primal chaos energy to cover his face. Humph, I will cover my face. Let's see if you can still guess who I am. Fan Hengfei sneered. With his face covered, no one would be able to see his face. Thus, they would not know who he was. Lin Xian was stunned. He never thought that Fan Hengfei would be such an idiot. Then he shook his head. What an idiot. His IQ was too low. Indeed, Fan Hengfei was an idiot. If he did not use primal chaos energy, no one would be able to recognize him. But now, he had used primal chaos energy to cover his face. Although these people couldn't see his face clearly, his identity was immediately exposed. As expected, the surrounding cultivators cried out in alarm. Primal chaos energy. It's someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. What? Someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land has also come? It seems that it's true. Even their own people can't help but want to take a look. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. I reckon that this brother is trying to cover his face so that we won't recognize him. I never thought that he would use primal chaos energy. What an idiot. Chapter 1868. Damn it, I actually forgot. Fan Hengfei was startled, and his complexion became incomparably ugly. He had only thought of covering his face, and in a moment of desperation, he had actually used his primal chaos energy. Only the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists knew how to use primal chaos energy. Thus, he had definitely exposed his identity. Sure enough, when he heard the surrounding voices, he had an impulse to run away. He even wished he could find a place to hide. After all, this was just too shameful. Across from him, Lin Xian chuckled and said, "Well, you were the one who exposed your identity. You can't blame me for that." He truly didn't expect that the other party would be so stupid as to expose his identity so easily. As for Fan Hengfei, the more he heard, the angrier he became. He gnashed his teeth, and an icy light bloomed in his eyes. "It's you. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how could I have exposed my identity? You dared to expose my identity? Die for me." Fan Hengfei's body surged with killing intent. Since his identity had already been exposed, he might as well let loose and stop concealing himself. He decided to immediately attack and kill the other party. Then he would leave and find a chance to join up with the All Beginnings Holy Land's people to destroy this exhibition. What a powerful aura! As the surrounding people felt the aura surging from Fan Hengfei's body, they immediately cried out in alarm. This aura caused their complexions to change. The mocking expression on their faces disappeared, replaced by a dignified expression. This was absolutely the aura of a heaven's pride. Only someone at the level of a heaven's pride could display such a powerful aura. They didn't dare to provoke such a person. But soon, their gazes landed on Lin Xian. At the same time, they started discussing once more. Who is this person? He can actually contend against a heaven's pride of the All Beginnings Holy Land? Could he also be a heaven's pride of a holy land? I don't think so. He doesn't have any terrifying aura. Could he be a loose cultivator? That can't be, right? A loose cultivator wants to challenge a heaven's pride of the All Beginnings Holy Land? Isn't that just seeking death? Everyone started discussing spiritedly as if they had seen a ghost. All the nearby martial artists were stunned. In their opinion, Lin Xian was too bold. He actually dared to recklessly provoke the All Beginnings Holy Land. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Fan Hengfei revealed a smug smile. "Did you hear that? Brat, a small, loose cultivator dares to provoke me? Die for me." He raised his palm, and chaotic chi revolved around his body. Then he struck out with his palm. Terrifying chaotic energy surged, releasing endless light. It formed a chaotic palm that slapped out fiercely. Everyone cried out in alarm. This palm exceeded their expectations and was extremely powerful. That kid is dead for sure. The geniuses of the All Beginnings Holy Land are much stronger than I imagined. Indeed, his opponent was still a 6-star king, and a very powerful one at that. Most likely, even ordinary 6-star kings wouldn't be a match for him. Everyone shook their heads. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly looking at his opponent. He waited until the chaotic palm was right in front of him before he made his move. Using his finger like a sword, he slowly raised his finger and slashed forward. At the tip of his finger, a sharp sword light flickered. Whoa! In the next moment, the two collided with a thunderous sound. The sound waves surrounded the entire mountain range and spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone turned their heads and looked over. Chaotic chi exploded in the sky, turning into balls of chaotic light that enveloped the entire sky. That's primal chaos chi. It's an expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Many people cried out in alarm as they rushed over. As for the cultivators that were watching the battle, they frantically retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the chaotic light. What a terrifying, chaotic palm. It seems that kid is dead for sure. He'll probably be slapped to death. He's really stupid. Although the All Beginnings Holy Land suffered a great loss this time and their reputation was damaged, they aren't a sect that anyone can provoke. Discussions and sneers could be heard. It was clear that they believed that Lin Xian was beyond saving. However, when the chaos chi in the sky dissipated, everyone looked ahead and were stunned. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. The smiles on their faces were stiff and ugly. That was because Lin Xian was standing in front of them with his hands clasped behind his back. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he looked confident and at ease. He wasn't injured in the slightest. On the other hand, Fan Hengfei's face was incomparably pale. His right hand was hanging by his side, and there was a sword hole in his palm. Deep white bones could be seen, and blood was flowing all over the ground. What? How could this be? Heavens! Who is this kid? He actually managed to injure a genius of the All Beginnings Holy Land with a single move? What a terrifying sword energy! He was actually able to pierce through the chaotic chi. This is truly unexpected. Which sect is he from? Why can't I recognize him? Countless discussions could be heard. The surrounding cultivators were all extremely shocked. No one dared to look down on Lin Xian anymore. After all, only a young expert could injure Fan Hengfei with a single move. Moreover, he was a peak expert. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. His opponent had actually dared to fight him. He was truly reckless. One must know that even the 10,000 Lightning Saint's son had been beaten like a stray dog by him, let alone his opponent. Damn it! You dare injure me! Fan Hengfei gnashed his teeth. The injury on his hand was truly too painful. Not only that, but the remnant sword energy on his hand couldn't be easily removed. This caused him to be extremely alarmed. In other words, his wound couldn't heal at all. Furthermore, he had never imagined that his opponent would be able to injure him, because according to his original expectations, his slap just now was enough to kill the other party. However, the truth was the complete opposite. His opponent hadn't received any injuries, while his palm had been nearly crippled. I already told you, don't fight me because you can't beat me. Look at you. You just didn't listen to me. Now you've tasted the pain. Lin Xian shook his head. Fan Hengfei's complexion darkened. He took out some pills from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. Then he used the chaotic chi to seal his wound so that the sword energy wouldn't spread any further. In the next moment he roared. A ray of chaotic chi rushed out of his body and floated above his head. It was a square seal. Chaotic chi revolved around it. It was also mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. 10,000 rays of chaotic chi drooped down from it. It enveloped his body. This is the primal chaos lightning seal. Someone cried out in alarm. Clearly, they recognized this treasure. This was a special ability of the All Beginnings Holy Land. By fusing chaotic chi into a treasure, it would form a very powerful weapon. Sure enough, in the next moment, Fan Hengfei activated the primal chaos lightning seal. Immediately, a terrifying power surged out. The chaotic chi that filled the sky interweaved with the terrifying lightning, forming a powerful pressure that caused the surrounding cultivators to pale. They even felt their hearts palpitating. The terrifying primal chaos lightning seal blossomed with light. It was as big as a basketball and emitted a powerful aura. Chapter 1869. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. It wasn't because the other party's precious weapon was powerful. Rather, it was because the other party dared to destroy this place. One had to know that this place was protected by a formation. If he activated it ahead of time and scared these people away, it would be difficult to deal with the following matters. Most likely, these people would flee and think that this was a trap. Therefore, he had to take action. He couldn't allow the other party to continue destroying this place. In the next instant, he decisively took action. His figure flickered as he rushed over. He raised his hand and formed a dragon claw. A dragon-shaped phantom coiled around his fingers and grabbed forward. The terrifying dragon claw descended, shaking the void. Immediately, the chaotic energy and sea of lightning that filled the sky split apart. However, the chaotic lightning seal didn't receive any damage. On the contrary, the lightning seal's radiance became even more intense. It seemed like a huge lightning mountain. Rumble, thunder descended, and chaotic energy tore apart the void. Even Lin Xian felt an enormous pressure. However, countless sharp sword rays rushed out of his body and circled around him, forming a powerful sword formation that blocked the terrifying lightning and chaotic energy. He actually managed to block it. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Who is this person? He's actually so powerful that he can block the All Beginnings Holy Land's precious treasure? That's right. His sword energy is too sharp. Everyone frowned as they carefully observed the situation in front of them. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. That was because Lin Xian had not only unleashed sharp sword aura and formed a sword formation, but he had also quickly counterattacked in the next moment. Terrifying sword energy soared into the sky, forming a qilin that filled the void. This was the qilin sword technique that Lin Xian had comprehended from the qilin arm. Now that he used it, its might was peerless. Roar! In the sky, sword energy filled the sky, forming a huge qilin. It roared in all directions, causing the void to collapse. Fan Hengfei's expression changed as soon as he heard this sound. Deep shock appeared in his eyes. He felt a powerful sense of crisis from that qilin. Therefore, he decisively attacked once again. 5 streaks of chaotic light rushed out of his body and condensed in front of him, forming a chaotic light blade. In the next instant, Fan Hengfei held the chaotic lightning seal above his head and the chaotic light blade in his hand. He slashed forward. Boom! The blade of chaotic light expanded in the wind until it was 100 meters long. It slashed forward viciously. The entire void began to vibrate rapidly like a painting. That person was too terrifying. He was definitely an elite of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate the light of chaos to such a terrifying level. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they sensed the terrifying saber light in the sky. This power was too strong. Even an Elite 6 Star King wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the other side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The light of chaos? This wasn't the first time he had seen it, so he naturally wasn't afraid. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and the huge fire qilin in the sky roared. The sky was filled with flames, and the terrifying sword light shot out in all directions. Then the fire qilin rushed forward. The void cracked open, and the chaotic blade lights that filled the sky trembled rapidly. They even dimmed significantly. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Xian attacked again. With a wave of his arm, another fire qilin rushed out. The 2 fire qilins ran side by side, roaring in the void, and shattered the terrifying chaotic blade light in an instant. What a sharp sword qi! It actually blasted the chaotic blade light apart. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The chaotic blade light was extremely terrifying. Very few people of the same cultivation level could block it, but now it had been easily shattered. To be honest, it really shocked them. Fan Hengfei's expression was also solemn. His face had become unusually ugly. He didn't expect his chaotic blade light to be shattered. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and activated the chaotic lightning seal above his head with all his might, launching a second fierce attack. This time, the chaotic lightning seal's main body rushed out quickly. Then it enlarged in the sky like an ancient lightning mountain, rampaging out. The terrifying power of thunder descended, and the chaotic aura descended. It was enough to destroy everything in the world. In fact, this power was enough to contend with someone at the level of a saint. Humph! Seeing the chaotic lightning seal rushing toward him, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. Then Qilin runes appeared on his right hand. Qilin arm, boundless 9 underworld demon flames surged out from his body. The vast energy accompanied his fist and quickly blasted forward. Boom! A fire Qilin was born from the flames. Its body was as black as ink, as if it had rushed out from hell. A violent wind blew between heaven and earth, and the terrifying energy rushed into the sky. Boom! Then Lin Xian's fist transformed into a dark fire Qilin and collided with the chaotic lightning seal. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people gasped in shock. What? He actually fought with an Earth rank treasure barehanded? Is this guy crazy? That's an Earth rank treasure, and it contains chaotic aura. It's incomparably terrifying. It's over. This kid's palm is definitely crippled. Not necessarily. I think this kid is very powerful. Why does that Qilin of his feel like a Qilin's arm? What? You think highly of him? Are you out of your mind? You don't believe that he can fight with an Earth-rank treasure barehanded, do you? Although a small number of people thought highly of Lin Xian, most people thought that Lin Xian's brain was flooded with water. He actually dared to fight with an Earth-rank treasure barehanded. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the loud rumbling continued. The chaotic lightning seal and the dark fire Qilin collided, forming an extremely powerful energy storm. Only after a long time did the storm gradually dissipate. Then, everyone's eyes widened because a huge fist mark appeared on the chaotic lightning seal. Not only that, but there were also many cracks around it. What? He actually left a fist mark. No way! That kid actually almost broke the Earth-rank treasure. What kind of fist technique is that? Isn't it too violent? Everyone was stunned. In fact, they didn't know that although it looked like a single fist, Lin Xian had fused many of his unique skills. It formed a terrifying fist technique. Among them was the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which had an extremely powerful attack power, the world-destroying Black Dragon Scroll, the violent destructive aura, and the Qilin's arm's yang strength. The combination of these 3 unique skills was naturally terrifying. Even if it was an Earth-rank treasure, it was almost blasted apart. Impossible. Fan Hengfei looked at this scene with a pained expression. That was his life weapon. After fusing with chaotic aura, it was incomparably terrifying. Even a saint wouldn't be able to break it. However, his opponent's fist had almost blasted his weapon apart. He really didn't dare to believe it. However, just as he was in a daze, a black fist quickly grew larger and enveloped him. Then, the dark fire Qilin roared and raised its huge beast claw, smashing Fan Hengfei's body and sending him flying. Chapter 1870. What? The All Beginnings Holy Land's genius was defeated? How is that possible? That can't be, right? That All Beginnings Holy Land's disciple is extremely powerful. In fact, he's almost comparable to a holy son. He's extremely powerful. Very few people can defeat him. Yet the other party defeated him so easily. Who is he? Sounds of discussion rang out. They kept sizing up Lin Xian, trying to figure out his identity. As for Lin Xian, his figure flickered as he chased after Su Qin. The black Qilin appeared in his hand once again as he prepared to kill Su Qin. Su Qin had repeatedly caused trouble for him and had even tried to ruin his carefully arranged killing trap. Thus, how could he not make a move? The black fire Qilin circled in the air. Then it opened its bloody mouth and spat out black flames that filled the sky. Whoosh! The 9 underworld demonic flames gushed out like the flames of hell. It was a cold and berserk aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept downwards. Stop! Right at this moment, a cold shout rang out from the distance. Then, a figure rushed over like a bolt of lightning. What? An expert has come to help. Could it be an expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land? The crowd naturally saw the figure flying over from the distance. However, Su Qin remained unmoved. Instead, his hand movements became even fiercer. The black flames that filled the sky quickly swept forward and enveloped Fan Hengfei. Ah! Whoosh! Fan Hengfei only had time to scream before he was burned to ashes. How audacious! The expert in the sky was about to descend. However, he was still a step too late. He hadn't expected that Su Chen would dare to attack and kill the All Beginnings Holy Land's genius. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be so decisive. Wasn't he afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land's revenge? Brat, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? The expert in the sky said in an ice-cold voice. What? It's actually him. When the surrounding people saw that figure, they all trembled. Chen Yidao, the Heavenly Saber Sect's elite genius. I didn't expect that he would be the one who came to rescue Su Qin. Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew this person. Previously in the restaurant, this guy had already targeted him. Who would have thought that he would dare to come here again? He sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Although the Heavenly Blade sect was terrifying and others feared them, Lin Xian did not fear them at all. Crazy, crazy. This kid is crazy. How dare he talk to Qin Yidao like that? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as if they had seen a ghost. I'm guessing that this guy doesn't know Qin Yidao at all. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have such an attitude. Yes, Qin Yidao is the successor, holy son of the Heavenly Saber Sect. He even has the battle strength of a sage-to-be. He can be said to be incomparably powerful. No matter how strong this brat is, it's impossible for him to defeat Qin Yidao. Qin Yidao's face darkened when he heard Lin Xian's arrogant words. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? No matter who you are, my attitude won't change. If you don't want to die, then scram while I'm in a good mood. I don't want to kill anyone. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Good, good, good. What an arrogant brat. It seems that I, Qin Yidao, am not famous enough. You haven't heard of me, but it doesn't matter. I'll let you know my name with my strength. Qin Yidao, are you very powerful? Lin Xian sneered. Besides, it's none of my business whether you're powerful or not. You don't know what you're talking about. He looked like he didn't care at all and even started to fix his nails. Seeing this, Qin Yidao's face became gloomier. He found that he had been ignored. He had never experienced such a feeling before. One had to know that his strength was extremely powerful. Even people at the level of Holy Sun would not ignore him. But now he was ignored, and that frivolous attitude made him very angry. It's over, it's over. This brat is really crazy. It seems that he has definitely angered Qin Yidao. He will definitely end up in a miserable state. There are actually people who don't know Qin Yidao. Is he a warrior from the northern region? No matter whether he is or not, he can't escape today. The crowd discussed. What a sharp-tongued brat. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson and let you know how powerful I am. As a prospective holy son, Qin Yidao finally couldn't stand it anymore. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body instantly became fierce, as if a divine saber had been unsheathed. His vigorous and powerful palm also grasped the long saber at his waist. He's just a small rogue cultivator. It's easy to kill him. There's no need for Brother Yidao to do it. Why don't you let me teach this brat a lesson and let him know how powerful Brother Idao is? At this moment, a young man sneered and stood out. He didn't attack at this time because he wanted to give Chen Idao face and rope him in. Chen Idao naturally understood this. He looked at the young man and nodded slightly. Very well. If you can kill him, I can give you a chance to be friends. Thank you, Brother Idao. The young man in green was ecstatic. He came out to become Chen Idao's friend and enter his circle. In that way, it would be very beneficial for him. After all, Chen Idao was a prospective holy son, and his strength and talent were very powerful. It was not impossible for him to become the holy son of the Sky Saber sect in the future. Brat, how dare you offend Brother Idao? It seems that you don't know what's good for you. The young man in green turned his head and stared coldly at Lin Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up into a devilish smile. Only then did the crowd see the appearance of the young man in green clearly. Then they gasped. The young man in green was quite handsome. However, half of his face was engraved with red lines, which looked very ferocious. Together, they formed the shape of a scorpion. With such a ferocious pattern engraved on his face, it was obvious that he was not a kind person. He must be a vicious person. The next moment, he flipped his palm and took out a dark red square box. Then he quickly opened it. Along with it, there was a strong demonic aura and an extremely cold aura. The monstrous smell of blood rushed to their faces, making their scalps tingle. Then, a red spider the size of a palm crawled out. The spider was blood red as if it was carved out of blood jade. On top of it, there were mysterious patterns. Its 8 legs were extremely red as if blood could drip out. The blood jade demon spider is actually such a venomous creature. Seeing the blood-red spider, the crowd's pupils constricted and they subconsciously took 3 steps back. Many people exclaimed as they looked at the blood-red spider. Their faces were unusually pale. This is an extremely venomous spider. Rumor has it that this venom can kill an almighty. Damn it! Why would such a venomous spider appear here? Everyone be careful. Don't touch it, or you will definitely be poisoned to death. Chapter 1871. Everyone be careful. Don't touch it, or you'll definitely be poisoned to death. Exclamations were heard, and there were some kind-hearted people who quickly reminded them. What, a blood spider that can kill an almighty? Hearing this, those who did not understand the situation were horrified, and their scalps went numb. Although they did not know the blood jade demon spider before, the fact that it could kill an almighty was enough to show how powerful the spider was. In an instant, everyone retreated, leaving a large open space. Even Chen Idao was stunned, but then a cold smile appeared on his face. Originally, he was a little worried and doubted the strength of the young man in green. Could he kill him? However, when he saw the other party take out the blood jade demon spider, he relaxed. With such a poisonous spider, coupled with the strength of the young man in green, even he had to be careful. It should be enough to kill him. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down obediently and kowtow to Brother Idao, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, if you're bitten by my baby, you'll be dead. The young man in green sneered, and his entire person looked extremely demonic. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect the young man to have a blood jade demon spider. It was really unexpected. However, he wanted to defeat him with just a poisonous spider? How naive! The next moment he sneered, "Your poisonous spider is not an adult yet. Don't you think it's a little too early to take it out? If I kill it, don't cry. You really are a reckless kid. How dare you look down on my blood jade demon spider?" The young man in green snorted. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Baby, go and suck his blood dry." The next moment, the young man in green waved his hand, and the blood jade demon spider in his hand turned into a bloody light and rushed out quickly. Buzz! It was very fast, and in an instant it was in front of Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted, and then clapped his hands. Countless amounts of spiritual chi condensed and turned into a spiritual energy hand that slapped forward. Smack! The spiritual energy hand fell and slapped the blood jade demon spider to the ground. What? Is it over just like that? When the crowd saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. How could he be killed so easily? That was an extremely terrifying poisonous spider. How could it be killed so easily? Sure enough, in the next moment, the void trembled, and a tearing sound could be heard. Soon after, the spirit energy palm quickly split open and a red light flew out again. As expected, there isn't any. Everyone cried out in alarm. They discovered that the blood jade demon spider was completely unharmed. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and blood-colored light rushed into the sky. It had not received any damage. The green-clothed youth sneered. Not only is its poison powerful, its defense is also astonishing. Even an earth-step treasure might not be able to injure it. The young man in green was very confident. His blood jade demon spider was indeed terrifying. That was why he dared to stand out and help Qin Yidao. Lin Xian was also surprised. Even a 6-star king would be severely injured by his palm strike. Who would have thought that a mere venomous spider would remain unscathed? He had to admit that this was indeed out of his expectations. But that was all. That palm strike just now was just a casual strike. It could be considered a probing attack. He didn't expect to kill his opponent so easily, but now he was going to use his true strength. Buzz. On the opposite side, the blood jade demon spider shone brightly, and the blood-colored light sprinkled in all directions. In an instant, the sky, the ground, and the surrounding mountains were all dyed blood red. Along with it, there was a strong demonic aura. Furthermore, within that blood-colored radiance, there was a frightening, poisonous gas. Oh no! Seeing the blood-colored light, the surrounding kings were all shocked. They formed layers of defense to block the blood-colored light. There was also the poisonous gas in the air. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. In the next moment, countless sword lights shot out from his body and shrouded him. The terrifying sword qi shone brightly and illuminated the surroundings, easily shattering the void. At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was shining with sword light. He was so powerful that no one dared to look directly at him. On the tip of his finger, sword light flickered like a spirit snake. Puff! With a wave of his arm, countless sword qi gushed out, forming sword lights that filled the sky and turned into spirit snakes. In an instant, countless spirit, snake-like sword lights shrouded the blood jade demon spider. Those sword lights were very sharp and carried a powerful aura. Even though everyone was far away and had put up defenses, they still felt a tremor. In fact, there was even a feeling of trepidation. Boom! In the next moment, countless sword qi blasted the blood jade demon spider. Boom! 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 Light flashed in the sky. On one side, it was like a sea of blood that kept surging. On the other side, it soared into the sky and turned into a sword wind that swept in all directions. The two forces kept colliding, and it was abnormally terrifying. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the red light that filled the sky, and it shattered like a mirror. On the other side, the sword lights that filled the sky became sharper and sharper. They were like the Milky Way, blooming with a monstrous aura. It swept through everything in the world. Seeing this scene, the young man in green finally changed his expression. He did not expect the other party's sword qi to be so sharp. He could not help but worry about his blood jade demon spider. He quickly took out a short flute, put it to his mouth, and played a strange tune. Woo! A strange sound was heard. It was obviously a strange control technique. As expected, after the blood jade demon spider heard the sound, its body bloomed with red light and shot into the sky. The terrifying demonic aura on its body became even more intense. The monstrous red light intertwined and formed a sea of blood. It kept surging and emitting a monstrous aura. Finally, it formed a blood-colored wave that surged with a dense, demonic aura. This force was too terrifying. The void could not withstand it and quickly collapsed. Amidst the sea of blood, the blood jade demon spider spat out 3 white spider threads. They were crystal clear and seemed to be transparent. They contained a terrifying poison. This poison was not something that even the Almighties dared to touch. The 3 almost transparent poison lines quickly attacked Lin Xian. It was silent and hidden in the sea of blood. It could be said that it was very difficult to detect. However, Lin Xian's soul power was so strong that it was not inferior to the Almighty's. Therefore, he naturally felt the potential danger. Suddenly, he snorted and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he bent his fingers and countless sword qi quickly gathered, forming a terrifying murderous aura. Annihilation, sword wave. Instantly, with him as the center, sword waves quickly spread out in all directions. The sword waves were abnormally terrifying. They instantly shattered the void, and everything in their path was cut in half. Crack! Crack! The sea of blood in the sky was cut in half, creating a large vacuum. Chapter 1872. In the distance, the young man in green's eyes flickered. The blood, see, wasn't his trump card. His trump card was the 3 transparent poison lines. As long as those things hit his opponent would definitely die. Therefore, he did not care that the blood sea was destroyed. Kid, let's see how you can dodge my poison lines. Just you wait. You'll be poisoned to death soon. When the time comes, you'll know how powerful my blood jade demon spider is. The young man in green sneered. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, and there was even a hint of doubt in his eyes. That was because the 3 poison lines had turned into powder in the terrifying sword wave and no longer existed. Damn it! How is this possible? The young man in green's face was unusually gloomy. How could his opponent discover the 3 poison lines? One had to know that it was soundless and almost transparent, hidden in the sea of blood that filled the sky. Even the mighty ones might not be able to discover them. However, his opponent had done it, and he had even destroyed all 3 poison lines with extreme precision. Damn it, this kid must be lucky to have destroyed my poison lines by accident. The young man in green snorted coldly as he thought to himself. In the next moment, he was ready to use another powerful technique. However, he soon screamed. That was because the terrifying sword wave was still going on, and it was getting more and more terrifying. It was like a real dragon, swinging its tail, sweeping in all directions. Soon, the sword wave that filled the sky blasted onto the blood jade demon spider. The blood jade demon spider could not withstand it at all and was directly cut in half. No, the young man in green screamed crazily with a ferocious expression. He didn't expect that his treasure would be killed. This was something he couldn't accept, and he didn't dare to believe. One had to know that it was a mutated species. Not only was its poison powerful, but its defense was also extremely strong. Even an Earth-rank artifact could not kill it. However, his opponent had only used 1 sword wave to cut his blood jade demon spider. That was something he did not expect at all. The onlookers in the distance were also extremely shocked. What kind of sword qi is that? How can it be so powerful? It can even kill the blood jade demon spider? Yeah, it's too terrifying. I've never seen such a powerful sword qi. Could this kid have the legendary sword god's constitution? Some people even voiced out such doubts. It couldn't be. That kind of constitution was very special, and even the 10,000 swords manor didn't have it. The sword god's body was one of the most terrifying physiques in the Eastern Barren Territory. It only existed in legends. This kind of physique coexisted with the saint body, divine body, and chaotic body of the clan of the ancients. It was extremely terrifying, but it was very rare. It had only appeared once in the ancient times, and it had set off a terrifying storm. In that era, he was one of the most dazzling figures. Now, everyone had seen Lin Xian's sharp sword aura. He immediately thought of the sword god's body, but no one dared to be sure. "Brat, I'll kill you." Seeing his blood jade spider killed, the green-clothed man roared again and again. Then he pulled out a dagger and quickly rushed over. Whoa! The cold dagger slashed through the air, and a blue light wave surged forward. Like the waves of the sea, they bombarded the void. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully and punched out. A terrifying fist flashed and immediately shattered the blade. Then his 5 fingers turned into a claw, forming a 5-finger mountain and pushing downwards. Stone steels appeared on his palm. They were formed by the condensation of spiritual power and were extremely huge. It was as if the sky-piercing divine steels were going to suppress the green-clothed man. "Damn it, block for me!" The green-clothed man shouted angrily and quickly counterattacked. The dagger in his hand kept stabbing out, forming a sharp blade. Clang! 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 However, his terrifying strength could not set off any waves on the stone steels. Even his arm was numb from the shock. The huge palm above, carrying the sky-piercing divine steels, quickly suppressed him. Seeing this scene, the green-clothed man's scalp went numb. He turned around and fled. He knew that his opponent's strength was too strong, beyond his expectations. This time he was defeated, but he would definitely come back for revenge. But soon his face turned green, because he found that the 5-finger mountain was surrounded by countless sharp sword waves, sealing off all directions. He could not escape at all. He had seen the power of those sword waves. He did not dare to resist, and he could not resist the 5-finger mountain and the powerful sky-piercing divine steels. For a moment, there was desperation in all directions. The green-clothed man had nowhere to run. "No, Brother Idao, save me." At this moment, the green-clothed man was no longer as arrogant as before. Instead, he was very frightened and quickly asked Qin Idao for help. Humph! Seeing this, Qin Idao's face darkened. He did not expect that the green-clothed man would fail, which made him very unhappy. However, after all, the green-clothed man attacked for him, so he had to save him at this moment. "Don't worry. With me here, he can't kill you." Qin Idao was quite confident. He took a step forward, and dazzling saber radiance surged out of his body. It quickly intertwined and formed a shadow of a heavenly saber. Then, under his control, it slashed forward fiercely. Boom! This slash was powerful and heavy. The air was ruthlessly cut open, and the airwaves rolled to both sides. The terrifying saber shadow, like a heavenly saber, instantly arrived above the 5-finger mountain and the sky-piercing divine steels. Then it slashed down mercilessly. "Boy, get out of here. If you dare to touch him, I won't spare you." Qin Idao's cold and murderous voice was accompanied by his voice. "Who do you think you are? How dare you save him in front of me?" Lin Xian was very powerful. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul was operating in his body, giving out an extremely powerful aura. Then he clapped his palms quickly. Boom! The sky-piercing divine steels fell and shrouded the green-clothed young man. Then it was pressurized on the ground. Blood flowed and dyed the ground red. In the sky, the terrifying saber shadow blasted on the 5-finger mountain. The collision of the two caused a big shock. What? Everyone was shocked, and their scalps were numb. They did not expect that Lin Xian would succeed in the end. Even Qin Idao failed to save the green-clothed young man. It was really unbelievable. Qin Idao's face was gloomy. He did not expect that Lin Xian would succeed. The green-clothed young man was killed in front of him, which was absolutely a slap to his face in public. In addition, he did not have time to save Fan Hengfei. He was slapped hard twice by Lin Xian, which was unbearable for him. "Boy, I'm going to kill you." Qin Idao was finally angry. Clang! The next moment, He pulled out the long blue saber at his waist and slashed forward. The shocking saber radiance was like a heavenly mark, surging in the void. The terrifying aura was so sharp that it could cut everything in time. Everyone looked at this scene and trembled, because they could not resist the saber radiance at all. Chapter 1873. Boom! Looking at the shocking saber, Xian snorted coldly. The next moment, he stretched out his right hand and slapped. Lin Xian's palm was crystal clear. Countless sword qi rushed out from it and turned into true dragons. They intertwined with each other and rushed forward. Boom! The huge palm quickly collided with the blue saber light. Crack! Crack! The saber light in the sky shattered. The palm slapped Chen Yidao's face and sent him flying. Puff! Chen Yidao vomited blood and his face was swollen. What? Everyone's expression changed. Chen Yidao was sent flying. How was that possible? Chen Yidao was a prospective saint. He was extremely powerful. There were few opponents at the same level as him. But now Chen Yidao was sent flying like a fly. This scene was simply like a dream. Was this all you've got? You're too weak. How dare you make a scene with such strength? You're courting death. Lin Xian sneered. You're courting death. Kill! Chen Yidao roared. He was going crazy. As a heavenly talent, he was sent flying by a slap. His lungs were about to explode. Chen Yidao's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word and just waved the precious weapon in his hand ruthlessly. The long saber slashed down, and a terrifying aura surged. The blue saber light was like a river. It surged in the void and pressed forward. This saber was indeed extremely terrifying. It could almost cut through everything. Countless saber light intertwined in the air and smashed the sword light from Lin Xian. Then, the saber light enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and slapped again. Smack! Countless saber light and sword shadows were smashed by this palm. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. The terrifying sound waves shook the void. The whole mountain range was trembling. In the sky, there was a dazzling burst of light. Chen Yidao's face was slapped again. His teeth were broken. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Chen Yidao had gone completely crazy. Chen Yidao slapped him twice. This humiliation could only be washed away with his opponent's blood. A genius of the Heavenly Saber sect? A prospective saint? How dare you scold me? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered with disdain. Deity blade technique. Chen Yidao roared and performed the unique skill of the Heavenly Broadsword sect. The sound of thunder boomed, resounding through the heavens and the earth. The terrifying blue blade radiance revealed its sharpness. A gigantic saber light shot out, displaying an extremely terrifying power that could kill anything. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop it. This time, Chen Yidao was really angry. He swore that he would definitely kill him. The deity blade was the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Blade sect. It was extremely terrifying. The blue long saber in Chen Yidao's hand was also a very powerful Earth-rank precious weapon. Its power was even close to that of an Earth-rank precious weapon. Therefore, the battle prowess that he displayed now was absolutely at the level of a prospective holy son. However, he was still unable to do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian casually dodged one blue blade after another. Then he waved his hand and quickly counterattacked. Facing Chen Yidao, he didn't need to use his full strength, nor did he need to take out the Nine Serenities' demonic sword. However, Chen Yidao was furious. The other party's nonchalant and casual manner infuriated him. Anyone who had fought with him would go all out as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, the other party was so calm and casual that he couldn't believe it. He even suspected that the other party didn't use his full strength. Go to hell, brat! Chen Yidao roared. The saber light flashed like autumn water, bringing about an endless storm. Suddenly, The shocking saber light carried a fully charged blue hurricane. Chen Yidao charged forward. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slapped him again. Buzz! He stretched out his palm. It was simple and unadorned, as if it was a casual slap. However, when everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. That was because such a palm had already sent Chen Yidao flying twice. Would he be able to hit him again this time? No one knew. They were all watching carefully. Damn it! Seeing the other party slapping him again, Chen Yidao trembled. He was now traumatized, because the other party's palm was too ordinary. It didn't seem to have any power, but he couldn't dodge it. This made him extremely shocked. However, this time he must dodge it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live after being slapped 3 times in a row. Heavenly River Storm. Chen Yidao roared and raised his saber again, forming a gust of wind in the sky. Blue tornadoes slashed forward together with the saber light. Buzz! The palm easily passed through the saber light and arrived in front of Chen Yidao. No. Chen Yidao's pupils constricted, and he tried his best to dodge. He didn't want to be slapped again. Smack! However, the next moment he was still sent flying. This time, all his teeth were broken, his flesh and blood splattered, and his whole face was smashed. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The surrounding challenger-level beast tamers were all stunned. What's going on? What kind of palm is that? Why can't Chen Yidao dodge it? And he couldn't dodge it 3 times? God, who is this young man? How did he do it? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Chen Yidao was the successor of the Heavenly Saber sect. Moreover, the saber in his hand was very powerful. Perhaps only the real saint could defeat him. However, he was slapped 3 times in the face and was seriously injured. It was unbelievable. Impossible. Damn it, I don't believe it. Chen Yidao struggled to get up and roared crazily. He was crazy. He was really crazy. Today he had lost a lot of face. Originally, he wanted to show off and save Fan Hengfei and the young man in green. He even wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, he didn't expect that not only did he fail to save them, but he was also slapped 3 times. What a shame! What an endless shame! Chen Yidao wished he could find a hole to hide in. What's wrong? Are you still so arrogant? Lin Xian asked lightly. Feeling Lin Xian's cold gaze, Chen Yidao trembled. He was definitely a devil. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Therefore, the next moment he quickly shook his head and said, I was wrong. I failed to recognize you and offended you. I'll leave now. After saying that, he quickly ran away. The crowd was in an uproar. They couldn't believe it. When Chen Yidao came, he was so domineering, like the god of war descending from the sky. He didn't take the crowd seriously at all. However, now he was running away quickly like a stray dog. This huge contrast was hard to believe. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and ignored him, because he had more important things to do now. He secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon. Ruffian dragon, come out. It's about time to start. There were more and more people around, and it seemed that those who were far away wouldn't be able to come for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian was ready to start the exhibition. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. Previously, he planned to let the Phantom of the Sword God do it, but the dark red dragon volunteered. At first, Lin Xian was very worried because when the dark red dragon came out, people would probably think of him. However, when he saw that the dark red dragon could transform into a human form, Lin Xian's worries completely disappeared. Chapter 1874. Sure enough, in the next moment, a red light flashed from the black earth on Lin Xian's body and shot into the sky. It was so fast that no one saw it clearly. Everyone was talking about the previous battle and guessing Lin Xian's identity. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. This sound attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, all the martial artists on the mountain peak looked up at the sky. In the next moment, they saw a red, auspicious cloud descending from the sky, as if it was a divine cloud from the 9 heavens, and a figure stood on the red, auspicious cloud. Everyone widened their eyes and looked carefully. They saw a young man standing on the cloud. He had red lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He looked about 15 or 16 years old. Which family is this young man from? Why is he here? Everyone was puzzled. Indeed, the other party was too young. He was clearly a young man, and the youngest among them was in his 20s. Lin Xian looked at the young man's appearance above him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect the ruffian dragon to be so naughty as to transform into a young man. That's right, the young man above was the dark red dragon. It was a human figure that he had transformed into with the divine power of dragons. Although he looked young, he was very arrogant when he spoke. Haha, I'm not a young man. I'm from Linglong Mountain. I've brought the Saintess's undergarment for you to see. From Linglong Mountain? Everyone was confused because they had never heard of this name. Of course, they didn't know that the dark red dragon had made up this name casually. His real purpose was to show the Saintess's undergarment. Sure enough, when everyone heard that the dark red dragon was going to take out the Saintess's undergarment, they all widened their eyes and looked very eager. Damn, there really is a Saintess's undergarment. It seems that this trip was not in vain. Big brother, hurry up and take it out. Let us see. Let this young master take a look at it. Is it for real? I've practiced the fiery eyes of truth. Don't lie to me. Discussions could be heard one after another, and they were all extremely excited. The dark red dragon didn't hesitate. He waved his small hand, and a pink undergarment suddenly appeared in his palm. Whoosh! Everyone exclaimed, and then there was an uproar. Damn, it's pink. The Saintess of all beginnings is really a young girl. It smells so good. Could this be the body fragrance from a Dudu? How intoxicating! The light of primal chaos. The light above is indeed the light of primal chaos. And the primal chaos chi, it looks very pure. Is this really the undergarment of the saint of all beginnings? Everyone inspected it and found that it really was the Saintess undergarment. Then light bloomed in his eyes, forming a divine rainbow that was dozens of meters long, sweeping forward. There were even some people who had already prepared a formation beforehand. At this moment, they took it out to record this most exciting moment. Some people even took out precious memory crystals and threw them into the sky. Take pictures, take pictures. Make this emperor look more handsome. The dark red divine dragon grimaced. He knew that these arrays had the ability to record and restore things to their original state. Therefore, at this moment, he assumed a stance. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and nodded with a smile. This way, most people would believe that he had the Saintess undergarment. At that time, the Saintess of all beginnings would definitely attack him for her honor. As long as she dared to come to the northern region, he would begin his hunting plan. Inside the Black Earth, although Lu Mingyue didn't come out, she also spread out her soul power to perceive everything outside. However, her complexion became darker and darker. In the end, she became mad with anger. There was nothing she could do because this undergarment originally belonged to her. It was just that she was using it to pretend to be the Saintess of all beginnings undergarment. But when she thought of this matter, she felt very ashamed. In the end, she restrained herself because she couldn't ruin the plan. Courting death. But at this time, a roar suddenly came from the distance. Suddenly, the sky split open. Countless light of primal chaos condensed, turning into thunder that quickly struck down. Someone had attacked. The surrounding cultivators' complexions changed. They quickly moved. Some fled, some defended. In short, they all retreated to a safe distance. This was because they discovered that the thunder was aimed at the dark red divine dragon and his pink undergarment. There was no need to think. It should be the experts of the all beginnings holy land. Sure enough, in the next instant, several figures appeared in the sky and surrounded the dark red divine dragon. Several figures also rushed out from the surrounding crowd. Altogether, there was a total of over a dozen people. They emitted powerful auras as they glared at the dark red divine dragon with ice-cold gazes. "Damned brat! Hand over your undergarment and kneel down obediently. We will capture you. You dared to blaspheme our saintess of all beginnings. Your crime is punishable by death." The voices of the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts were ice-cold. Their gazes were filled with killing intent. The surrounding people were shocked. They hadn't expected the All Beginnings Holy Land to send so many experts this time. It seemed that they were determined to snatch back the undergarment. Among them, one of the young men told them about how Fan Hengfei had been killed. After hearing this news, the expressions of the experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land who had rushed over turned gloomy. They hadn't expected that not only would someone display the undergarment of their saintess, but someone would also dare to kill a disciple of their All Beginnings Holy Land. This was an unforgivable crime. How audacious! Who dares to kill a disciple of my All Beginnings Holy Land? Get out here and accept your death. Many people roared. Their terrifying sound waves pierced through the void. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they still surrounded the dark red divine dragon. They weren't afraid that the dark red divine dragon would escape. Therefore, they wanted to find the culprit who had killed Fan Hengfei first. Then they would kill him as well. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They subconsciously took 3 steps back. As for Lin Xian, he was abnormally calm. He stood with his hands behind his back. "It's him. It's that brat. Kill him." The disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land who had been hiding in the crowd pointed at Lin Xian. They had seen the previous scene with their own eyes. Therefore, they recognized Lin Xian. "What? It's you!" In the next instant, the dozen or so experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land locked their gazes on Lin Xian. Killing intent surged from their bodies. "Brat, you actually dared to kill a disciple of my All Beginnings Holy Land. Are you going to commit suicide, or do you want us to do it for you? I advise you to kneel before Fan Hengfei's corpse and cut off all his limbs. Then you can use your death to atone for your crimes. Otherwise, I can guarantee that your end will be very miserable. Senior brother, why are you wasting words with him? I'll go and kill him." A purple-haired youth said coldly. Light shone from his eyes. Then his figure flickered and he turned into a streak of lightning. He rapidly shot toward Lin Xian. Everyone cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. This was especially true for the cultivators near Lin Xian. They fled with all their might. Chapter 1875. However, Lin Xian remained unmoved in the face of the powerful experts from the Holy Land. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a calm expression on his face. It was as if the other party wasn't attacking him. "Brat, die for me." In the next instant, the purple-haired youth arrived in front of Lin Xian. He quickly punched out, ruthlessly aiming for Lin Xian's head. It was accompanied by a terrifying light and a violent power of thunder and lightning. Humph! Faced with this punch, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He did not dodge, but instead quickly countered. His palm moved as fast as lightning, slapping forward. Pa! Although Lin Xian was the last to make his move, he managed to land a hit on his opponent first. The purple-haired youth's teeth flew everywhere, and blood gushed out. He spun 36 times in the air before he was sent flying. Boom! Soon after, the youth smashed into a distant mountain peak and was buried by countless boulders. Seeing the scene, everyone grimaced in disdain. Another slap sent him flying. Was this brat a professional face-slapping expert? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but touch their faces. "You're courting death." In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts also had gloomy expressions. They hadn't expected that the other party would be so powerful that he could send their companion flying with a single slap. Kill! At this time, the two disciples roared and attacked again. Primal chaos light shone beneath their feet. With a single step, they instantly covered 1,000 meters. In almost an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian. One in front and one behind, the two of them attacked at the same time. Boom! The person in front had an arrogant aura. Light blossomed from his body, making him seem like a demon king. He punched out. Resplendent light shone, and space distorted. It was as if a mountain was smashing toward Lin Xian. As for the person behind him, he was incomparably gloomy and cold. He was like a viper. He held a berserk blade in his hand and ruthlessly chopped down at Lin Xian. This blade was like a stormy sea, capable of destroying everything. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was still calm and collected. He didn't care about what was happening behind him. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the disciple in front of him. In the next instant, he raised his palm and slapped forward. What? You're still attacking. It won't be another slap to the face, right? When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Did he not know that there was someone behind him? This time, no one believed that Lin Xian could win, because in this way, even if he could send the person in front flying, Guangdao behind him would not be able to stop him. But soon they were dumbfounded and no one said anything, because they saw a fierce figure rush out of Lin Xian's body. That figure was surrounded by dazzling sword light, as if he was a demonic god. His face couldn't be seen clearly. However, just like Lin Xian, he also raised his hand and slapped backward. Pa! Pa! Two crisp sounds rang out, like pearls falling on a jade plate. Then the two of them flew out. That works too. Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. Those were two 6-star King Realm experts. It was incomparably valiant, but it was actually swatted away like a fly. Damn it, how did this happen? In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Lands experts also had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they had still underestimated the other party. The previous attack had caught them off guard. Moreover, it had been done one after the other. The timing had been extremely good. Even experts like them couldn't find any fault with it. Even if they couldn't instantly kill the other party, they could still easily injure them. But now, not only had their two companions failed to injure the other party, but they had also been easily swatted away. They found this hard to believe. Who was the other party? Why was he so strong? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with unkind expressions. At this time, the dark red divine dragon in the sky started laughing wildly. He had already put away the pink doo-doo in his hand, and he had an expression as if he was watching a show. I say, your All Beginnings Holy Lands people are really weak. Why are you all like flies? Are you asking to be swatted? Are there any experts? Come out and suppress the situation. Otherwise, you will all be swatted away. Although the dark red divine dragon had the appearance of a youth, he was filled with arrogance. His immature face carried a trace of insolence. The All Beginnings Holy Lands people were truly angered. They hadn't expected the youth before them to be so insolent and dare to provoke them. Reckless fool! Chop off his legs first, and let him have a taste of what it's like to offend us. In the next instant, a youth walked out from the group of All Beginnings Holy Lands martial artists. He pulled out a long sword. Sword light flickered as he slashed it forward. Io, you dare to attack this emperor? It seems you are the ones who are reckless. I'll hit you. The dark red divine dragon didn't use his hands. Instead, he kicked out. Boom! This kick was powerful and heavy, and it directly hit that resplendent longsword. Immediately, a deafening sound echoed. Sword light exploded in the sky, and a terrifying sound reverberated through the entire mountain range. In the end, cracks appeared on the long sword shining with divine light, and it shattered into pieces. As for the disciple that had attacked, he was sent flying like a rubber ball. He was sent flying over a dozen mountains. What a powerful youth! Everyone was in an uproar. They hadn't expected that a 15-year-old youth would be so powerful. Just what kind of people were they? After kicking away the disciple, the dark red divine dragon clapped his hands and sneered. This emperor's temper isn't good. If this emperor doesn't hit faces, this emperor will kick faces. Come. Who wants to give it a try? He raised his chin and looked down at the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists. Astonishment, absolute astonishment. Everyone was stupefied. They hadn't expected such a scene. One had to know that the All Beginnings Holy Land had sent out over a dozen experts this time. They were all aggressively trying to kill the other party. But now a mere youth and a 15-year-old youth had beaten the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists into a complete mess. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. This was truly surprising. Senior brother. For a time, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists all looked at the figure at the front. It was a middle-aged man wearing purple robes. His aura was powerful. He was an extremely terrifying 6-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Originally, he hadn't wanted to attack. However, he hadn't expected that the other party would be so arrogant as to even attack the disciples of his All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, he had no choice but to attack. Boom! The purple-robed, middle-aged man coldly snorted. He raised his palm and smashed it down. Bang! The void trembled. Soon after, a huge vortex formed. A huge red palm rapidly stretched out from the vortex and enveloped the entire mountain range below. This palm was too terrifying. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they left the mountain range and flew in all directions. As for Lin Xian, he raised his head and calmly watched. He saw a huge palm in the sky. It was like a red cloud that wanted to envelop Lin Xian. Humph! Chapter 1876. He coldly snorted and punched at the sky. Roar! A fire chilin flew out of his arm and soared into the sky along with his terrifying fist. Boom! In the next instant, the two forces collided. It was as if 100,000 thunderclaps had exploded at the same time. The surrounding cultivators all paled and quickly sealed off their hearing. Otherwise, the sound waves would have been enough to kill them. What? He blocked it? The All Beginnings Holy Land's people widened their eyes in disbelief. They had originally thought that as long as their senior brother attacked, he would be able to kill the other party with a single slap. They had never imagined that the other party would be able to block it. This was simply too inconceivable. One had to know that their senior brother C was extremely powerful and could fight against 5 or 6 of them. He was a peak king. Even so, he was unable to injure the other party. The purple-clothed, middle-aged man furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected this to happen either. But in the next instant, the primal chaos energy within his body rapidly surged out. Demon sealing palm. This time he sent out 9 palms in a row. The red palms were like large clouds of fire. They brought along a sky full of flames as they rapidly pressed down. Boom! 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 Red radiance filled the sky and dyed it red. This power was extremely terrifying. The red radiance filled the sky as the large palms covered the sky. They seemed capable of suppressing everything in the world. The 9 large palms blotted out the sky as they rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist at the sky. This time, he didn't use the fire Qilin arm. Instead, he used the world-destroying black dragon fist. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out. The 9 palms were like black demonic mountains as they rushed toward the sky. An extremely terrifying power surged out. It contained an unparalleled offensive power. When it was used, it was like a boundless sea. It was terrifying beyond compare. The entire sky shook. The surrounding cultivators retreated once again. Their expressions changed drastically. Boom! 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 The 9 palms collided with the 9 palms. Then they exploded and formed black holes. The 2 berserk energies collided. However, the world-destroying black dragon fist was too berserk. It was like 9 dragons were dancing in the sky. After tearing apart the 9 palms, the world-destroying black dragon fist charged toward the purple-clothed middle-aged man. Pooh! The purple-clothed middle-aged man simply couldn't withstand this berserk, destructive energy. In an instant, his entire chest caved in, and his palm was completely deformed. Bright red blood flowed down his palm and dyed the sky red. Senior brother. The expressions of the All Beginnings, Holy Lands people changed as they nervously looked ahead. They didn't expect that their senior brother would be injured in the battle. Could it be that the other party was already this strong? However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "You're just SOSO. Is your holy son here yet? Let him come out and fight with me." What? Hearing this, the surrounding people swallowed their saliva. How arrogant! How dare he challenge the saint of all beginnings? However, no one dared to say anything. After all, the strength displayed by the other party was indeed comparable to that of a saint. Humph! There's no need for my holy son to come. I'm more than enough to kill you. The purple-robed middle-aged man shouted as he swallowed a pill. Soon after, the chaotic energy wrapped around his deformed palm, rapidly healing the wound and repairing his bones. The next moment, his expression turned cold, and the killing intent on his face became even more intense. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "You can't. I think it's better if you guys come at me together to save time. You're courting death." "Brat, you are too arrogant." The purple-robed middle-aged man was incomparably furious. How dare the other party look down on him? In the next moment, he roared and rushed over. As for the All Beginnings Holy Lands martial artists behind him, they quickly sent voice transmissions. "What should we do? Should senior brother fight alone? Let's wait first. Send 2 people to keep an eye on that brat in the sky. The rest of you, prepare to attack at any time. In any case, we came here to kill that brat. So what if we attack together? But won't that have a bad influence? After all, we're disciples of a holy land. If news of us attacking a single person together were to spread, I'm afraid we would become a laughingstock. What do you know? As long as we kill him, we will have the final say in this matter. No one has ever stood up for a dead person. Moreover, no one has ever dared to offend our All Beginnings holy land." The several people discussed and decided to act depending on the situation. In front of them, the purple-robed, middle-aged man's black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a crazed monster beast, crazily attacking. Primal Chaos, Immortal Palm. Terrifying primal chaos palms slapped the void, buzzing like thunder. The spectating martial artists felt their scalps go numb. These palms could easily kill a 6-star king. They were incomparably terrifying. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a sneer. He used his fingers as a sword and shot out sword chi. Resplendent sword chi surged, and terrifying radiance illuminated the surroundings. Divine rainbows surged in the sky. These sword chi were too terrifying. The berserk power directly sent the nearby martial artists flying. Puff! 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 The sword chi slashed down, slicing apart the primal chaos palms one after another. The terrifying sword chi shook the void, creating a tsunami-like sound. For a time, nothing could stop it. Not good. The purple-robed, middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he rapidly retreated. This was because he realized that the sword chi was too sharp, and it made his hair stand on end. He turned into a streak of light and rapidly fled. However, the sword chi that filled the sky followed him like a shadow. Its speed was even faster than the purple-robed, middle-aged man's. Puff! Finally, a sword chi caught up with the purple-robed, middle-aged man and mercilessly slashed down. The purple-robed, middle-aged man was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of primal chaos chi. It turned into a primal chaos shield to block the sword chi. However, he was still one step too slow. The sword chi slashed down and directly chopped off his entire right arm. Ah! The purple-robed, middle-aged man screamed crazily. The martial artist's wound quickly retreated. It was too painful. He did not expect his opponent to easily chop off one of his arms. Without an arm, his combat strength had decreased greatly. Moreover, it was still a problem whether he could regrow it in the future. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and his expression became abnormally cold. "Damn brat, I'm going to kill you." Before he could finish speaking, the purple-robed, middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he discovered that the sword chi in front of him had turned into a resplendent ray of light and was rapidly piercing toward him. The purple-robed, middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He could no longer be bothered to say anything and turned to run. However, he was still swept by a sword chi. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood and crashed into a mountain peak. "I've said that you're too weak. You'd better come together." Lin Xian stretched out a palm. The sword chi on his fingertips danced like dancing elves. "Should we join in?" The remaining martial artists of the Holy Land of All Beginnings discussed in a low voice. Chapter 1877. Their complexions darkened. Originally, they had wanted to cooperate with the middle-aged man and secretly attack him. But they hadn't expected that the middle-aged man would be heavily injured and defeated before they could even make a move. This completely disrupted their plans. For a time, they couldn't attack or escape. The situation became extremely awkward. "How is it? Do you still want to attack? If you don't want to attack, then quickly scram. Don't delay our exhibition." The dark red dragon coldly shouted. In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists were so angry that their faces turned red. However, they didn't dare to fight back. But at this time, another roar came from the distance. "Who dares to bully my All Beginnings Holy Land?" This voice was full of energy. It was like a golden bell that resounded in all directions. "Elder." Hearing this voice, the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists were overjoyed. "This is great. The Elder has come. The experts of our All Beginnings Holy Land have arrived." This group of people is so excited that they are crying. Then their expressions turned sinister as they stared at the dark red dragon and Lin Xian. "Brett, you are dead. The Elder of my All Beginnings Holy Land has arrived. You are all dead. That's right. When the time comes, I will let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." The disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land became arrogant once more. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They hadn't expected the All Beginnings Holy Land to send another expert. Moreover, from the looks of it, there were several dozen people this time. Such a group was simply too powerful. No matter how strong Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were, they wouldn't be able to contend against them. As for Lin Xian, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. They've finally arrived? The corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This was because he had laid down a heaven-shaking array in the surrounding mountain range. He was just waiting for the other party to arrive. A dark mass appeared in the sky. 50 to 60 figures descended from the sky, all of them emitting a terrifying aura. The person in the lead was an old man. He had an incomparably furious expression. His aura soared into the sky like an immemorial monster beast, causing others to tremble. This was an elder of the All Beginnings Holy Land. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Behind him were martial artists of different ages. They were all experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land. However, although these people were strong, none of them had reached the almighty level. This made Lin Xian feel much more at ease. Without the appearance of an almighty being, it would be useless no matter how many kings came. They would not be able to pose a threat to him. Seeing that those people had arrived, the remaining All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists hurriedly went to greet them. Then, one by one, they recounted what had happened. As for the All Beginnings Holy Land's elder, his complexion turned increasingly black. In the end, he snorted coldly and threw out a palm in an attempt to kill Lin Xian. The surrounding disciples sealed off the area to prevent the other party from escaping. In the sky, a terrifying, chaotic palm appeared, blotting out the sky and grabbing at Lin Xian. Chaotic chi surged, incomparably terrifying. Compared to the purple-robed, middle-aged man, its might was far more terrifying. This was an expert of the older generation. Naturally, he was not someone the younger generation could compare to. Boom! Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the Black Dragon Fist of Annihilation. His violent fist was as black as ink, like a giant dragon rushing towards the sky. Boom! 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 The two attacks collided, and an aura that caused one's heart to tremble erupted. Terrifying radiance surged out in all directions. That berserk, destructive power caused everyone to continuously retreat. The surrounding mountain peaks collapsed with a loud rumble. After that attack, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's elder's complexion changed greatly. Although he did not retreat, his entire arm was numb, and he could not exert any strength. The other party's fist was too astonishing. That berserk aura had nearly crippled his entire arm. In the next instant, he suppressed the fear in his heart and coldly asked, "Kid, what are you doing?" "Brat, who are you? Which sect are you from? What sect are you from? Why are you opposing my All Beginnings Holy Land?" Although he snorted coldly, he no longer had his previous arrogance. He seemed to be inquiring about Lin Xian's identity. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered and said, "I don't belong to any sect. I am just a loose cultivator. I have never opposed the All Beginnings Holy Land. It's just that you guys are overbearing and arrogant enough to cause trouble for me. As for me, I am merely retaliating." He doesn't belong to any sect. Everyone was shocked. Could this person be a loose cultivator? However, the All Beginnings Holy Land's elder furrowed his brows. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that the other party was a loose cultivator. How could a loose cultivator at such a young age possess such powerful strength? This shocked him greatly. One had to know that he was an elder of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He was an expert whose strength was not inferior to that of a holy son. Since the other party could contend against him, he had to at least be a holy son. How could such a person be a loose cultivator? Therefore, in the next instant, the All Beginnings elder coldly snorted and said, "Brat, since you don't want to speak, don't blame me for being impolite." The reason he had come here this time was to deal with this exhibition. Anyone who dared to oppose the All Beginnings Holy Land would be captured. The All Beginnings Holy Land is handling matters. Unrelated people, scram! With a furious shout, a terrifying aura erupted from the All Beginnings elder's body. It's over. These people are about to attack. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They quickly soared into the sky and left the mountain range. There was nothing they could do about it. There was definitely going to be a great battle soon. They didn't want to be drawn into this storm. In an instant, all the cultivators on the mountain peak left. Only the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian remained, as well as the numerous All Beginnings Holy Land's experts in the sky. "Capture the two of them for me," the All Beginnings elder roared as he looked down. With a wave of his hand, 50 to 60 disciples rushed towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. "You want to fight? That's fine. This emperor hasn't exercised his muscles for a long time. Today, I will accompany you to play." The dark red divine dragon coldly snorted. Although he had the appearance of a youth, his tone was that of an old man. He stretched out his 4 limbs and struck out with a terrifying strength towards the incoming cultivators. In an instant, a great battle erupted in the sky. On the ground below, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He wasn't polite to those people who had just arrived. He directly waved his large black palm and swept it out. Pum, pum, pum. The terrifying palm was like a mountain. It carried with it a powerful aura of destruction. It directly sent 3 cultivators flying. Those 3 cultivators miserably screamed. All the bones in their bodies were shattered as they crashed into the surrounding mountain peaks. How powerful! Seeing this scene, those cultivators who had just arrived were stunned for a moment. A trace of panic appeared in their eyes. But soon after, they rushed over once more. So what if the other party was powerful? This time, there were over 20 of them. They were more than enough to capture the other party. Humph! Seeing over 20 powerful kings flying over, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then his dragon sword domain surged out, enveloping the surroundings. Competing in king domains? You are courting death. Chapter 1878. More than 20 king domains appeared in the sky. They flickered with light and emitted powerful energy as they rushed down. Lin Xian's figure flickered, instantly dodging the majority of the king domain's attacks. Then, with the dragon sword domain, he soared into the sky like a peerless divine sword. Puff! 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 Wherever he passed, the 6 king domains were mercilessly cut apart. The 6 king domains were sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The remaining cultivators roared crazily. This scene was simply too shocking. The other party had injured 9 people in a single move. His combat strength was too heaven-defying. Although the spectating cultivators had dodged, they didn't leave. They were hiding on a mountain peak far away. When they saw this scene, their scalps went numb. This was definitely the combat strength of a holy son. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such terrifying might. On the other side, the All Beginnings Holy Land's cultivators in the sky were also screaming miserably. The dark red dragon was brandishing his fists. Although he looked young and tender, his strength wasn't weak at all. He was originally a dragon. Although he had transformed into a human, he was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus that rampaged around. None of the cultivators that were hit by him weren't seriously injured. Therefore, it didn't take long for nearly 20 out of the 60 people that the All Beginnings Elder had brought with him to be seriously injured. The other people were also affected by it. More importantly, their hearts had suffered a heavy blow. The All Beginnings Elder coldly snorted. 6 people in a group. Use the primal chaos sword technique and kill them. Although the other party was strong, they were still disciples of a holy land. They had many lost techniques. Now that they were combined with a formation, their might was absolutely terrifying. In the sky, the All Beginnings Holy Land's disciples began to combine and form a primal chaos sword formation. They moved toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to envelop them. In an instant, the 2 of them were trapped. Suddenly, terrifying primal chaos, sword light, soared into the sky and killed the 2 of them. The All Beginnings Elder's eyes were cold. His figure flickered, and he joined the battle to kill Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. Sword light erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The dragon's sword domain floated up and down, contending against the chaotic sword chi that filled the sky. Not only that, but he also pulled out the 9 Netherworld demonic sword and slashed out a series of demonic sword auras. Elder All Beginnings attacked Lin Xian with the help of the primal chaos array formation. Lin Xian, on the other hand, unleashed a barrage of sword chi to contend with it. Useless brat, stop struggling. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat these sword formations. Although these sword formations are formed by 6 Star Kings, their combined power is comparable to that of a quasi-saint. Even a saint wouldn't be able to resist 3 sword formations, and me. Don't talk about you. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who said I was going to fight against the sword formation? Do you think you're the only ones with formations? With that, he stomped his foot, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. Runes flickered, and mysterious patterns spread out in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In the next moment, countless formations lit up and covered the entire mountain range. There's actually a formation. Seeing this scene, the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected the other party to have arranged so many formations here. Judging from the aura of these formations, it was enough to make them tremble. If they were activated together, they would erupt with a terrifying power that they wouldn't be able to contend against. Damned brat, you dared to trick us! Elder All Beginnings Holy Land's face turned green. Originally, he wanted to rely on numbers and the strength of his formations to suppress the other party. But he hadn't expected the other party to also have formations. Moreover, the number of formations far surpassed theirs. So what if I've tricked you? You were the ones who were shameless first. You used so many people and formations to deal with the two of us. Right now, we're only using your methods to fight back. Ha 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 ha. Brats, you dare to bully this emperor. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? The dark red divine dragon howled with laughter. Indeed, even the dark red divine dragon couldn't withstand the attacks of the 3 primal chaos sword formations. After all, the primal chaos sword formation was the All Beginnings Holy Land's most powerful formation. When it was activated, it was equivalent to the combined attack of 3 quasi-saints. Perhaps only a few people would be able to block it, but now they could finally use the formations they had arranged. I'll remember you. Just you wait. My All Beginnings Holy Land won't take this lying down. Elder All Beginnings Holy Land's face turned gloomy as he roared. Then he turned around and soared into the sky with the other disciples. Quickly retreat. Those disciples still maintained the appearance of the primal chaos sword formation and retreated in an orderly manner. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Since you've come, you might as well stay here. In the next instant, Lin Xian activated the formations here. Suddenly, lightning, fireballs, ice gales, and all sorts of terrifying attacks swept out in all directions. Brat, you dare to stop me! Elder All Beginnings Holy Land was furious. He hadn't expected that Lin Xian would really dare to attack him. Why wouldn't I dare? You've already come knocking on my door. If I don't do anything, wouldn't that make me look like a coward? Lin Xian sneered. Without any hesitation, he activated the formations around him with all his strength. At the same time, he raised his demonic sword and rushed over. You're courting death. Elder All Beginnings Holy Land roared. Then he said, hurry up and activate the primal chaos sword formation and rush out. I'll block this brat. Hearing this, the surrounding Holy Land cultivators hurriedly activated the primal chaos sword formation and attacked the surrounding energy storm. However, these formations were inscribed by the dark red divine dragon and were incomparably profound. They couldn't escape in a short period of time. But it didn't matter. The primal chaos sword formation wasn't an ordinary formation. It was incomparably powerful. So, if they attacked it a few more times, they should be able to break the formation and escape with their lives. On the other side, Elder All Beginnings Holy Land roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his stooped body emitted an extremely valiant aura. The oppressive aura caused the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, he was like an unreachable mountain floating in the sky. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted and waved the 9-nether demonic sword in his hand. Suddenly, an extremely sharp aura spread out from the tip of the heavy sword. Terrifying sword light overflowed and surged with incomparable killing intent. There were even black flames jumping about. A world of swordsmanship appeared around Lin Xian. Thousands of swordsmanship, flashed within. The terrifying aura of sword principle soared into the sky. Elder All Beginnings Holy Land waved his hand and took out a golden hammer that looked like it was made of gold. His body flickered and clouds of primal chaos chi appeared. The light was so bright that no one dared to look directly at it. Clang! With a swing of the hammer, the entire void shattered. The sky was filled with brilliance as the huge golden hammer smashed toward Lin Xian. Chapter 1879. The collision of the two was like a clap of thunder, causing many spectators to vomit blood and fall from the sky. Ka ka ka! After the collision, the golden hammer rapidly split apart, turning into spiritual energy that disappeared into the air. As for the black demonic sword, it slashed down. Boom! 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 It was like a river of the underworld was floating in the air. Seeing this scene, the all-beginning elder's face turned gloomy. He held the golden hammer horizontally in front of his chest and quickly swung it out. Dang! Another heaven-shaking collision occurred. When the hammer struck the 9-nether demonic sword, a heaven-shaking sound rang out. The terrifying strength caused the 9-nether demonic sword to deviate. Puff! Suddenly, the distant all-beginning Holy Land's cultivators were swept by the sword energy, causing them to scream miserably. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the all-beginning elder crazily roared. Although he had dodged the sword, the martialists he had brought with him had been injured. This made his heart bleed. Lin Xian didn't care. There was only him and the dark red dragon here. The two of them were experts, so they wouldn't be affected. Brat, you deserve to die. The all-beginning elder gnashed his teeth as he glared at Lin Xian. Old man, don't be so arrogant. Your strength is only so. Watch me exterminate you today. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although the other party was an elder, his combat strength was only at the level of a holy sun. It wasn't that such a person couldn't be slaughtered. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared and slashed out with the demonic sword in his right hand. A dark fire, Qilin, appeared in his left hand and rushed out. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and brought the dragon's sword domain with him as he charged forward. Terrifying sword light overflowed and black flames filled every inch of space. The spectating cultivators couldn't open their eyes. As for the all-beginning elder, he raised his own domain and wrapped it around his body. At the same time, he held the golden hammer in his right hand and summoned a golden shield in his left hand. In the next moment, he and Lin Xian collided. A terrifying storm rose up around the two of them, sweeping across the surroundings, forming tornadoes that were over 100 zhang tall. The surrounding mountains, trees, and rivers were all swept into the air by the tornado. The ground cracked open, and numerous canyons appeared, extending into the distance. In the sky, Lin Xian and Elder Wan Chu had exchanged more than 10 blows. Both of them were fighting fiercely. The more the all-beginning elder fought, the more shocked he became. He was an elder of the older generation, an elder of a holy land. He had the combat strength of a holy sun. However, they were unable to take him down. This made him extremely shocked. Just who was the other party? How could he possess the battle prowess of a saint? Could it be that he was really the holy son of a certain holy land? Had he concealed his identity and come here to oppose the All-Beginnings Holy Land? Lin Xian roared. The elders of the All-Beginnings Holy Land were only SOO. Now the battle was over. After saying that, the 9-hell demon's sword in his hand suddenly bloomed with light. Together with the dragon's sword domain, he released 18 sword chi and attacked forward. Boom! Boom! The elder of all beginnings roared madly as he tried to counterattack. The golden hammer in his hand sent 5 sword chi flying. However, he was unable to block the remaining 13 sword chi. In the next instant, the sword chi enveloped him and pierced through his body. Elder. Seeing that their elder of all beginnings Holy Land had been killed, the surrounding all beginnings Holy Land's martial artists began to frantically shout. They had never imagined that their elder would be killed. This was as if the sky had collapsed. Quickly run! The All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists frantically attacked. They wanted to destroy the array formation and escape with their lives. This was because they now understood that, with their strength, it was impossible for them to contend against the other party. They had to pass the news to the Holy Land and have the Holy Land send out experts to kill the other party. You want to run? The dark red divine dragon sneered. He waved his hand and pushed the surrounding array formation to its limits. Thunder filled the sky, a boundless sea of fire, and a terrifying storm engulfed all of the Holy Land's martial artists. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They had never imagined that so many Holy Land's experts would be unable to contend against two youths. This was too shocking. They knew that it would be very difficult for the All Beginnings Holy Land's people to escape. Sure enough, when the array formation disappeared, all of the All Beginnings Holy Land's martial artists were killed. Blood dyed the entire mountain range red. As for the dark red divine dragon, he cleaned up the battlefield and collected all of their storage rings. Come, come, come. The All Beginnings Holy Land's people have been dealt with. Let's continue with the exhibition. The dark red divine dragon roared. With a wave of his hand, the pink doo-doo appeared in the sky once more. One day later, the exhibition ended. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon soared through the sky and left. As for the other martial artists, they crazily passed on the news. What had happened today was simply too shocking. Perhaps they had never seen something like this in their entire lives. Big news. Shocking news. There really is a saintess doo-doo. Furthermore, it's pink. This is crazy. A mysterious power has made a move and killed many of the All Beginnings Holy Land's experts. The northern region is shaking. The All Beginnings Holy Land has been slapped in the face. The news spread rapidly throughout the entire northern region. As for the martial artists who didn't have time to participate in the exhibition, they were extremely shocked when they heard the news. Many people shook their heads and sighed. It was truly a pity that they hadn't been present for such a wonderful and exciting scene. What shocked them even more was that over 50 of the All Beginnings Holy Land's disciples had actually been killed. This was truly unbelievable. One had to know that it had been a very long time since so many disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land had died. This time the All Beginnings Holy Land would definitely go crazy. Indeed, the All Beginnings Holy Land was incomparably furious right now. There were two pieces of news. The first was that the other party had really taken out a pink doo-doo. Moreover, it was emitting a dense amount of primal chaos aura. Although they knew that it didn't belong to their All Beginnings Holy Land, they didn't think so. But the others wouldn't think that way, so it was useless for them to explain. The second piece of news shocked them even more. Over 50 of their disciples had been killed in the northern region. This was definitely a shocking matter. Their All Beginnings Holy Land had never experienced such a thing in a long time. Who is it? Could it be that an almighty expert has made a move? An elder of the All Beginnings Holy Land asked coldly. It's not an almighty expert. According to the news we received, it was a 15 or 16-year-old youth and a young king. What? Hearing this, the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were stunned. Do you think that's possible? A youth and a young king are capable of killing over 50 experts? Sensing the anger of the elder, the martial artist who came to deliver the news started to shiver. He braced himself and said, "Those two youths both possessed the fighting strength of a holy sun. Moreover, they had set up a large number of terrifying formations on cold-flying mountain ahead of time. That's why they were able to succeed." So that was the case. Chapter 1880. Two holy sun-level youths, in addition to countless formations, could indeed kill more than 50 of their disciples. Damn it! Who is it? Who is scheming against the All Beginnings Holy Land? Don't let me find them, or I'll tear them to pieces. Could it be that bitch Lu Mingyue? Impossible. She has already been abandoned by the Holy Land. She doesn't have that much power. Moreover, didn't they say that it was a youth who attacked? It wasn't Lu Mingyue. Who is it? They can actually send 2 Holy Sun level heaven prides? For a time, the atmosphere of the All-Beginnings Holy Land was extremely solemn. As for the All-Beginning Saintess, after hearing the news, she directly smashed 3 mountain peaks and broke 2 rivers. She was mad with anger. She was really too angry. She didn't care how many disciples the other party had killed. What she cared about was how that undergarment had appeared. The All-Beginning Saintess was very clear that she hadn't lost her undergarment. The other party had definitely taken a fake one. But where did the chaos energy on the undergarment come from? How could it be hidden from the experts of the world? This meant that the undergarment definitely belonged to a female disciple of the All-Beginnings Holy Land. Could it be that bitch Lu Mingyue? The All-Beginnings Saintess gnashed her teeth, a cold glint in her eyes. However, she couldn't be 100% sure, because Lu Mingyue had already been abandoned by the Holy Land. Who was it that had helped Lu Mingyue? Moreover, who was so powerful? The All-Beginning Saintess couldn't figure it out. But she decided that this time she would personally descend to the northern region and kill the other party. She wanted to use this battle to announce to the world the strength of the All-Beginning Saintess. From now on, she wouldn't allow anyone to have any ideas about her. Therefore, the All-Beginning Saintess began to gather experts, preparing to attack the northern region. In the northern region, the winds and clouds changed. The world was shocked. However, the instigators, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, had temporarily hidden themselves. It wasn't that they were afraid, but that they were preparing for an even bigger massacre. The All-Beginnings Holy Land had chased after him for so long. Now that he had killed several disciples, it was only a small warning. What he needed to do next was to kill the All-Beginning Saintess. Killing the All-Beginning Saintess was extremely difficult. He needed to plan carefully and absolutely couldn't make any mistakes. After checking the array formation in his hands, he concluded that it was more than enough to deal with the other kings below the Almighties. As for the next 2 or 3 Almighties, Lin Xian had his own plans. Both he and the dark red divine dragon had the battle prowess of a saint, while Lu Mingyue had the battle prowess of a prospective saint. In other words, Lu Mingyue had to fight against the saintess of all beginnings, while he and the dark red dragon held back the powerful figure. This was because even though they had an array formation that could transfer Almighties, they couldn't use it easily. The saintess of all beginnings also had a protector beside her. This guardian would only appear at the moment of life and death. Therefore, they had to put the Holy Maiden in danger in order to lure the guardian out. Only when the Tao protectors took action could they use the array formation to teleport all the mighty figures and Tao protectors out. It was possible for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to restrain mighty figures with their means. However, with Lu Mingyue's current strength, she might not be able to contend against the saintess of 10,000 emergents. It wasn't that his talent was inferior to the All-Beginnings Holy Lands. It was just that he didn't have as many resources as the All-Beginnings Holy Land. It seemed that the next priority was to improve Lu Mingyue's battle prowess to at least the saintess level. There was still some time before the saintess of all beginnings arrived in the northern region. Lin Xian and the others could take advantage of this time to improve Lu Mingyue's strength. Thinking of this, the 3 of them acted quickly. The terrain of the northern region was relatively flat, but it was not without mountains and forests. Lin Xian didn't set off blindly. He released Snowy White Monkey and asked him to guide the way. Don't look at how the little white monkey wouldn't make a move during normal battles. However, when it came to finding treasures, he was an expert. No one could compare with him. Therefore, as soon as Little White came out, he carried a small, worn-out bowl and mumbled to himself like a little charlatan. The next moment, he pointed in a direction with his big black eyes and jumped happily. "Let's go!" Lin Xian and the others didn't hesitate. They turned into a bolt of lightning and set off in the direction Snowy White Monkey pointed. They were very fast and arrived at their destination half a day later. Where is this? Seeing the scene below, Lu Mingyue frowned slightly. Do you know this place? Lin Xian asked. Plenilune Forest, a very famous place in the northern region. It's very dangerous here. Ordinary kings don't dare to come here. So dangerous? What's inside? Are there any natural treasures? Yes, there are a lot of them. But monsters run rampant here. Each of them is extremely powerful, and there are even some extremely terrifying existences. So it's very dangerous. I see. Don't worry about the monsters. It's fine as long as there are natural treasures, Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go down and take a look. Then he took the lead and fell down, followed by Lu Mingyue and the dark red divine dragon. There were towering trees and overgrown weeds below. There was also a pungent smell of rotting corpses. After entering the forest, Lin Xian and the others frowned. Corpses could be seen everywhere in the vicinity. Some belonged to humans, while others belonged to demonic beasts. They were all in the swamps, and the swamps were dark, and some of them were even bubbling. It was full of toxins and a terrifying aura. It was indeed a dangerous place. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, this place was very famous in the northern region. Be careful. Don't get poisoned, Lin Xian reminded. Although they all had the combat strength of a saint, they didn't want to fail here. At this time, Lin Xian's powerful soul power was displayed. He directly covered the surroundings. As long as there was danger, it couldn't escape his senses. Moreover, he even gave the 1,000-beast cauldron to the dark red divine dragon for him to use. The dark red divine dragon was a dragon. He had dragon blood in his body, together with a powerful earth realm treasure like the 1,000-beast cauldron. It was enough to intimidate the surrounding monsters. Ordinary kings didn't dare to provoke them. After walking for a while, there was indeed no danger. However, when they passed through a black swamp, Lin Xian frowned. He quickly reminded them to be careful. Danger had appeared. Sure enough, in the next moment, a cold aura flashed in front of them. Accompanying it was a demonic aura that swept through the 9 heavens. What a terrifying king! Lu Mingyue's expression also changed, because this aura made her feel fearful. Needless to say, it must be a terrifying king to emit such an aura. Chapter 1881. Lin Xian also snorted. What the hell is this? Come out. Buzz. A golden figure appeared in front of them. It was like a small house, emitting a cold metallic luster. Golden Divine and the dark red divine dragon was shocked. It didn't expect to see such a mutated species here. Kid, be careful. This golden divine ant is extremely strong and difficult to deal with. Don't get hurt by it. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the ant race was a terrifying race. Ordinary ants could lift things that were more than 10 times heavier than them, not to mention this kind of mutated golden divine ant. One could only imagine how powerful that power was. The golden divine ant emitted a powerful aura and blocked the way. It seemed like it didn't want Lin Xian and the rest to advance. Get out of the way, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian said coldly. He was only here to look for treasures. He didn't want to fight with these monster kings. However, the golden divine ant didn't appreciate it. It roared and waved its 2 huge tentacles. They were like 2 golden, heavenly blades that slashed forward. The golden light shone brightly and instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the rest. Whoosh! Lin Xian and the other 2 dodged the attack with a flicker. The space they were originally standing in had been split in half. A dark crack appeared on the ground. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Lowly humans, this isn't a place where you can come. Get out of my way. The golden divine ant's consciousness appeared in the air and clashed with each other to warn them. However, Lin Xian snorted, "You're just a monster king. How dare you be so arrogant and block my way? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Xian snorted. Then a powerful sword aura exploded from his body and swept out in all directions. Then Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword. Shocking murderous aura shot into the sky. The sword slashed down with the weight of a mountain. Roar! The golden divine ant let out a furious roar. It didn't expect that these 3 lowly humans would dare to attack it. They were truly courting death. In the next moment, the golden body trembled, and a golden domain appeared and enveloped him. Then, the dazzling golden light slammed forward like a wave. Boom! The golden waves crashed into the early stages of the demonic path, causing a huge collision. One had to admit that the golden divine ant was indeed powerful. It was actually able to block Lin Xian's attack. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon and Lu Mingyue also made their moves. Lu Mingyue's jade-like hand held a green willow leaf saber and waved it quickly. Saber lights flew out like green light, slashing through the void and blasting forward. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws, and a large patch of red light formed a terrifying dragon claw that descended from the sky. The 3 experts fought fiercely against the golden divine ant, causing the heavens and earth to explode. The golden divine ant's golden domain was trembling and dimming. However, the golden divine ant was enraged. As a unique beast of heaven and earth, it was incomparably terrifying and possessed boundless strength. Its golden tentacles swept out in all directions. Boom! 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 All the attacks were swept away by the golden tentacles. The golden divine ant was able to unleash strength that was more than 10 times stronger than itself. It was indeed terrifying. Perhaps even a saint would have to retreat in the face of such a demonic beast. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had decided to kill the other party. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and the sword light on his body became even sharper. Terrifying sword chi intertwined, forming sword runes that seemed to pierce through the sky. The dark red divine dragon activated the 1,000 beast cauldron, and at the same time it let out a dragon roar that reverberated in all directions. Buzz! A divine dragon's aura surged out, and the golden divine ant was indeed affected. Although it was powerful as a unique beast of heaven and earth, the dark red divine dragon was a dragon. In addition, the 1,000 beast cauldron was restraining it, so its combat strength was affected. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian waved his demonic sword, and a terrifying sword light slashed toward the other party. The sword chi intertwined, forming a black fire qilin that collided with the golden divine ant, tearing at each other. Primal chaos, indestructible palm. Lu Mingyue shouted, and the chaotic aura in her body exploded, forming a dazzling palm that grabbed forward. The chaotic aura pierced through the void, and with an indestructible will it slammed into the golden divine, and instantly the ground trembled, and the golden divine ant kept retreating. Roar! The golden divine ant was surrounded by 3 experts, and it kept retreating, especially that terrifying sword light, which left a sword mark on its body and almost split it in half. It couldn't bear it. Therefore, in the next moment, its golden eyes shone brightly, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out, connecting heaven and earth. A golden domain descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian and the other 2. The golden light shone like the sun, emitting a terrifying demonic aura in the sky. It seemed like the golden divine ant wanted to completely refine Lin Xian and the other 2. Boom! Lin Xian snorted. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The dragon's sword spiritual domain surged out of his body, turning into a green dragon that charged into the clouds. At the same time, he executed the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. Countless black dragon shadows dashed forward in the sky. The entire forest was trembling, as if it was about to split open. Clang! 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 The dragon sword's spiritual domain collided with the golden domain, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Xian roared, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, blocking the endless golden domain. His body was bathed in sword light, and he flew into the sky against the immense pressure. The Nine Darkness demonic sword seemed to have a spirit, and its power was 10 times stronger than before. The dragon sword soul in his body roared, and it unleashed a powerful force. Boom! A sword chi that was hundreds of feet long streaked across the sky, emitting an eternal light, and shattered the golden aura. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon and the others were also fighting back. What golden domain? Let me destroy you. Today, I will let you know my power. The dark red divine dragon roared, and his dragon claws flew in all directions, blocking the golden domain. His dragon claws grabbed the 10,000 beast cauldron, and a terrifying light soared into the sky. Numerous demonic beast shadows appeared, and they streaked across the sky, charging toward the golden domain that was slowly descending from the sky. Boom! The two collided, and it was as if thousands of divine mountains were pressing down, making it difficult for people to breathe. Chaotic storm! Lu Minuet also shouted, and then a chaotic light flew out from her hand, turning into countless lightning bolts, shattering countless golden aura waves. Boundless power was rampant, and monstrous killing intent was stirred up. It was as if heaven and earth no longer existed. A large area of the void cracked open, and demonic beasts roared in the distance. Countless forests were directly destroyed. The void, tens of thousands of feet wide, became a terrifying killing ground. Other than Lin Xian and the others, no other living beings dared to approach. Waves of air surged, and violent energy stirred up the forest. Chapter 1882. Lin Xian and the other two snorted coldly. Their expressions were extremely solemn. However, the Golden Divine ant wasn't having a good time either. Even though it was a mutated species, it was still injured after being attacked by 3 experts. Its golden territory was completely broken, and its body was severely injured. Terrifying palm prints and sword marks appeared on its body. Anger. The Golden Divine ant was completely enraged. It had never been so severely injured before. Previously, it didn't take the other party seriously at all because 2 humans and a snake were no threat to it at all. But now, it realized that it was completely wrong. The snake could emit the aura of a dragon, and the young man was even fiercer. It was terrified. It wasn't a foolish beast, but a monster king with intelligence. Naturally, it knew that such a person was also an extremely powerful existence among humans. However, it didn't leave because it was guarding something, a spiritual medicine of heaven and earth that was about to mature. If it ate that thing, it would benefit greatly. Therefore, it wouldn't leave even though it was in danger now. Damn humans. If you want to enter the depths of the forest, I won't stop you. But you have to go through another place. You can't pass through here. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you really think you're invincible? You can't defeat the 3 of us at all. Moreover, I'm guessing that you have a treasure behind you. Otherwise, you would have run away long ago. You're courting death. I'll fight it out with you. The Golden Divine ant roared. It didn't expect the humans to be so cunning. They instantly guessed that it had a treasure behind it. In the next moment, the Golden Divine ant's body shone with a golden light as it summoned the golden territory again. Furthermore, its golden body was also growing larger and larger. Like a golden mountain, it was rapidly charging toward them. Another earth-shattering battle broke out. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to send out the Dragon Soul Sword Shadow. A shocking sword radiance shone and slashed forward. Poof! This sword radiance was more powerful than all the previous ones. It could even threaten a mighty figure. No matter how strong the golden divine ant was, it couldn't resist it and was finally split into two. Blood splattered everywhere. Its huge golden body split open and landed on the ground, blasting apart countless towering trees. Whoosh! The dark red dragon swayed its tail and flew over. He found a demonic core from the huge golden corpse and swallowed it. Lin Xian didn't waste the blood of the golden divine ant either. This was a variant of the heaven and earth. Its flesh and blood contained powerful energy. If it was consumed and refined, it would be beneficial to one's body. Therefore, the three of them directly attacked here. Lu Mingyue brandished her blade and quickly cut the golden body apart. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the black flames and the 10,000 beast cauldron as a vessel to start cooking. Soon, a rich aroma wafted out. Lin Xian and the other two immediately drank the soup and ate the meat. This was no ordinary meat. It was the flesh of a powerful Yao King. Thus, with just one bite, countless amounts of energy transformed into sparkling lights that danced in the surroundings. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others also felt their blood and qi roar, as if a volcano had erupted. The powerful energy brought about a boundless impact to them. Hurry and refine it. Lin Xian used the longevity art to absorb the energy. On the other side, the dark red dragon and Lu Mingyue also used their own techniques to refine the energy in their bodies. To them, this was a great opportunity. If they could refine it, they would definitely be able to increase their strength. Just like that, the three of them ate a mouthful of meat and drank a mouthful of soup while refining the energy. Gradually, the spiritual energy in their bodies became more and more abundant. The aroma of the meat naturally attracted the surrounding Yao beasts. For a moment, many figures appeared nearby. However, the dark red snake dragon roared. Coupled with the pressure of the dragon blood in its body, the surroundings were intimidated. The surrounding Yao Kings were so shocked that they quickly fled. The pressure of the dragon blood was a fatal danger to them. They felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Therefore, they didn't dare to get close. Hey, what a fragrant smell! In the distance, 5 figures stopped. They frowned slightly as they sensed the fragrance in the air. Among the 5 figures, 2 were old men, 1 was middle-aged, and the other 2 were young men. Their auras were powerful, and their eyes shone brightly. At that moment, one of the old men's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at a certain spot in the distance. There, let's go and take a look. They were also here to look for treasures. Now that they saw the strange fragrance, how could they not be tempted? Therefore, in an instant, the 5 figures turned into lightning and quickly rushed forward. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 2 were refining the energy in their bodies. Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze turned into a sharp sword qi that pierced through the void. "Who's there?" He shouted coldly. It was like thunder exploding in the air. Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. It was already comparable to an almighty. Therefore, when the figures in the distance approached, he felt it. The dark red dragon and Lu Mingyue also opened their eyes and looked into the distance with vigilance. In this full moon forest, there were no rules or morals. Killing people to steal treasures and attacking from behind could be seen everywhere. Therefore, they had to be careful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the distance, 5 phantom-like figures had also arrived in the vicinity in an instant. They floated in the void, and their powerful auras crushed everything. It's not a treasure of heaven and earth. The 5 of them were the 5 experts who came to explore previously. They looked at the scene in front of them and frowned. They originally thought it was a treasure of heaven and earth, but now it seemed that it was not. Someone was barbecuing meat. "Brat, who are you?" One of the young men shouted coldly. His gaze swept across Lin Xian and the other 2, then stared at Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue was not wearing a mask now. She could be said to be a peerless beauty. At that moment, she looked at the young man in confusion. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He recognized that they were from the Liang family of the North region, from the symbol on their clothes. He did not have a good impression of the Liang family of the North region. Previously, the Liang family went against him, and he even killed the fourth young master of the Liang family. Both parties could be said to be enemies. However, he did not expect to meet them here. However, Lin Xian was not worried. First of all, there were only 5 of them. There was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he and Lu Mingyue had hidden their identities that day. Now that they had returned to their original appearances, the other party should not be able to recognize them. What should we do? Do we fight? Lu Mingyue asked through voice transmission. She did not have a good impression of the people in front of her, especially the 2 young men. They kept looking at her with undisguised greed in their eyes. She hated that kind of gaze. Don't panic. We're here to look for treasures. There's no need to fight too much. Just send them away. Of course, if they don't open their eyes, we can only leave them behind. Chapter 1883. How dare you? We are martial artists from the Liang family. The young man retracted his gaze from Lu Mingyue and shouted coldly. The other party did not answer his question and instead asked him a question. He felt that he was being looked down upon. Therefore, if he revealed his identity now, the other party would definitely be scared witless. Liang family. Lin Xian nodded. Why are you here? Hearing this, the cultivators from the Liang clan all frowned. They originally thought that the other party would be scared. After all, their Liang family was a top force in the North region. However, they did not expect that the other party would still look calm after hearing their identity. This made them feel a little incredulous. Could it be that the other party had something to rely on? In the next moment, the young man's lips curled into a cold smile. Everyone has a share. Since we've met, let's have a share. Kid, you can get lost now. Leave the things in the black cauldron. Also, this beauty is mine. Saying that, he looked at Lu Mingyue, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. Humph! Lu Mingyue snorted coldly, and her expression was extremely cold. A terrifying aura surged from her body. Feeling this aura, the faces of the Liang family martial artists changed. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and a sharp sword light surrounded his body. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, I didn't want to provoke you at first, but you actually dared to have ideas about me. Since that's the case, let's fight. You're courting death. The young man from the Liang family was furious. The other party actually dared to threaten him. They really did not know what was good for them. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by the old man in front of him. Stop! The fat old man shouted coldly. This is the end of the matter. Don't forget why we're here. Yes, elder. Hearing the fat old man's words, the young man did not dare to resist and could only give up. However, he still glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others. Kid, you're lucky this time. Don't let me meet you again, or you'll end up very badly. After speaking, the 5 cultivators no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian and the others. Instead, they turned around and left. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move. Otherwise, he would have let the other party know the consequences of greed. After the people from the Liang clan left, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyue, and Lu Mingyue cultivated for a while before they went on their way. There was still some golden flesh left, but Lin Xian had stored it in the black earth. In any case, they would have plenty of time to cultivate in the future. What they had just absorbed had also improved their cultivation by quite a bit. At this time, the most important thing was to continue moving forward, because they guessed that the golden divine ant was guarding some kind of natural treasure. If they could obtain it, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly. The deeper they went, the more demonic beasts there were. Some poisonous snakes and insects also appeared from time to time. However, in front of the powerful strength of Lin Xian and the other two, all obstacles were swept away. Sure enough, a mountain stream appeared in front of him. Within the mountain stream, there was a ball of light. Mystical spirit fruit. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. As an alchemist, he had a precise grasp of all the spiritual herbs in the world. The thing in front of him was the legendary and precious mystical spirit fruit. What? It's actually the mystical spirit fruit. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Mingyue's eyes burned with passion. As a genius disciple of the sacred land, she had naturally heard of the mystical spirit fruit. This was definitely a natural treasure. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. With this mystical spirit fruit, she would definitely be able to break through her cultivation and become a true holy maiden. Soon, Lin Xian and the other two prepared to pick the mystical spirit fruit. However, at this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Immediately after, a series of arrogant voices sounded. "Ha ha! I didn't expect to find another natural treasure." This time, it's actually the mystical spirit fruit again. The heavens bless our Liang clan and let us find countless natural treasures. Voices rang out one after another as 5 figures appeared in the sky. They were none other than the 5 who had encountered Lin Xian's group earlier. The 5 Liang clan elites stared at the mystical spirit fruit in front of them with burning eyes. However, soon, one of the elders frowned and looked to his left. "It's you guys again." He did not expect to meet Lin Xian and the others here. "Kid, this is not something you can touch. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, if you anger us, you're dead meat." The young man's face was full of arrogance. He stared at Lu Mingyue with a gleam in his eyes. "I've said it before. Don't let me meet you guys again. Otherwise, you'll meet a terrible end. I didn't expect to meet you guys so soon. Looks like the heavens want me to get rid of you. Kid, you were very arrogant before. How dare you scold me? Kneel obediently and wait for your death. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you taste a fate worse than death. And this little beauty beside you, I've enjoyed her. I'm sure you won't have any objections, right?" When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xian and the others. A fierce aura exploded from his eyes. Below, Lin Xian and the others frowned. They had not expected to meet the Liang clan elite again. Moreover, the other party was so arrogant and seemed to want the mystical spirit fruit as well. The Liang clan is really despicable. They oppose us at every turn. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. Lu Mingyue's expression was also cold. The other party dared to have designs on her. They must have a death wish. Therefore, she asked in a low voice, "Lin Xian, are you going to do it?" "I'll do it myself." As a genius of the Holy Land, Lu Mingyue had her own pride. Apart from being defeated by Lin Xian, she had never been afraid of anyone. At this moment, the Liang clan had repeatedly tried to take advantage of her. Murderous intent had already formed in her heart. "Of course we're going to do it." Lin Xian's voice was also cold. "Since they've come to die, they can't blame us. Your words are enough." Lu Mingyue nodded. Then, murderous intent surged from her body. A green willow leaf saber appeared in her hand, and she quickly slashed it forward. "You actually dare to attack us? You're really courting death." 50-fold from the Liang clan sneered. The 2 elders' expressions were even colder. The 5 of them were all 6-star kings. Moreover, the 2 elders were even elites among 6-star kings. The other party was just 2 young people and a snake. What could they do? They probably could not even stand up to a 6-star king, right? Therefore, the Liang clan did not take them seriously at all. "Little beauty, you actually dared to attack me. You have quite a fiery temper. However, I like people like you." The young man sneered and quickly counterattacked. He stretched out a large green hand and grabbed forward. Come, little beauty. Come into this young master's embrace. Following this young master is your great fortune. Chapter 1884. Boom! However, in the next moment, the young man from the Liang family screamed in agony as blood splattered in the air. The green palm was sliced open by the saber, and the spiritual energy in the air surged rapidly. Not only that, but the young man from the Liang family's arm was also sliced off mercilessly. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you. The young man from the Liang family held his arm and retreated quickly with a twisted expression. His eyes glowed red as he stared at Lu Mingyue with murderous intent. He did not expect his opponent's saber technique to be so powerful that she could slice off his arm in an instant. Bitch, when I catch you later, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The young man from the Liang family quickly stopped the bleeding. Then a long saber appeared in his hand and he slashed downwards. Lu Mingyue let out a cold snort. Her figure floated like a fairy and she quickly rushed forward. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Lin Xian frowned and quickly reminded her, "Mingyue, be careful!" His soul power had sensed an extremely unusual fluctuation. Indeed, in the next moment, the entire place began to shake rapidly as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless shockwaves rolled out, and then a huge monster flew out from the ground at high speed. Boom! Along with it was a terrifying aura and a black poisonous substance that filled the sky. Whoosh! Lu Mingyue heard Lin Xian's warning, and with her powerful strength, countless rays of chaotic light appeared under her feet, and she quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, chaotic qi surged from her body and formed a light screen to protect her body. However, the young man from the Liang family was not so lucky. Half of his body was swept by the black mist, and his body caved in immediately. Half of his body was rotten. His protective armor and defensive light were of no use in the face of this black poisonous gas. Ah! The young man from the Liang family screamed in horror. He did not dare to be arrogant and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, in the next moment, the black poisonous gas that filled the sky enveloped his body. Soon, the young man from the Liang family turned into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lu Mingyue's face turned pale. Fortunately, with Lin Xian's warning and her powerful strength, she managed to avoid the black mist. Otherwise, she would probably end up in a miserable state. When the other 4 Liang family martial practitioners saw the scene, their faces became even more gloomy. In such a short time, their Liang family had already lost an expert. Damn it, what is that thing? Another black-robed young man frowned and looked ahead. The next moment he was stunned. This was because there was a giant purple centipede in front of him. It was at least 1,000 meters long. There were tens of thousands of purple tentacles in the 2 rows, and one head was as big as a house. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a black mist. His 2 purple eyes were incomparably demonic. This was definitely a powerful and terrifying Demon King. The moment the purple centipede appeared, it stared at the mystical spirit fruit. Then it slithered forward. "You're courting death." Seeing this scene, the fat elder of the Liang family roared in anger and punched out. The terrifying fist shone brightly and carried a powerful force. It was like thousands of mountains as it blasted forward. However, the black centipede turned its head and spat out black poisonous gas from its bloody mouth. When the terrifying fist landed on the black poisonous gas, it was as if it had entered a swamp and its speed slowed down. Not only that, but the light on the fist also dimmed and continued to shrink until it finally disappeared into the air. What a terrifying poisonous gas! It can even corrode and attack. The Liang family elders' face darkened. The opponent's strength was beyond their expectations. However, their target was also the mystical spirit fruit, so they would not let the purple centipede succeed. In the next moment, the fat elder said in a low voice, "The 2 of us will stop this beast." The two of you will go and pick the mystical spirit fruit." Then the two elders of the Liang family stood side by side in the void. The energy in their bodies surged rapidly. They were like two unreachable mountains. The black-robed young man and middle-aged man from the Liang family moved and flew toward the mystical spirit fruit. "They are about to make a move. Should we make a move?" Lu Mingyue looked at the scene and asked in a low voice. "No need. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let them make the first move. We only need to strike when the time is right." Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. In front of them, the purple centipede saw that someone was flying toward the mystical spirit fruit and immediately roared. The thousands of palms danced quickly like a demon. Streaks of black light turned into ribbons and rushed forward. They were like thousands of long spears that pierced through the void. Seeing the black light rushing toward them, the middle-aged man and the black-robed young man's faces changed drastically. Against the black centipede, they did not dare to be careless. Hence, they quickly used their peerless movement skills. In the end, they narrowly avoided most of the attacks. However, the two of them were still hit by some of the black light. They immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood as if they had been struck by lightning. Although they were injured, they were not in mortal danger. They could still pick the mystical spirit fruit. When the two Liang family elders saw this scene, they roared in anger, "Beast, you are courting death! Your opponent is us." In the next moment, the two elders attacked together. The fat elder waved his arm. Immediately, a large red palm appeared in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun and grabbed downward like a burning cloud. The other elder brandished a blue whip, which transformed into a water dragon, surging and roaring. It trapped the purple centipede. The two men and the beast fought fiercely. They were in a stalemate for a while. On the other side, the black-robed young man and the middle-aged man had picked 5 mystical spirit fruits. Both of them were overjoyed and quickly retreated. As they flew, they shouted, "Elder, we got it! We got it!" Seeing this scene, the two Liang family elders were also overjoyed. They quickly said, "Leave quickly. We will hold this beast back." They had to hold the purple centipede back, because when the purple centipede saw that the mystical spirit fruits were taken, it roared in anger. The demonic aura on its body became even more terrifying. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. A green domain appeared in the distance and instantly enveloped the black-robed young man and the middle-aged man. "Damn it! Who dares to attack the Liang family?" Seeing this scene, the two Liang family elders were so angry that they spat out blood. They were originally overjoyed because they had obtained the precious, mystical spirit fruit. It would allow the Liang family to produce another powerful cultivator. However, they did not expect that this joy would not last for long. Someone had attacked them. Although killing and robbing were common occurrences, they had always been the ones to make a move on others. No one had ever dared to attack the Liang family. Chapter 1885. But now, someone actually dared to snatch the treasure that the Liang family had set their eyes on. D***MN. Who is it? The elders of the Liang family fought against the purple centipede while using their soul power to check the situation behind them. Then, the two of them were stunned. "Kid, it's you." They did not expect that the one who attacked them was a youth that they had overlooked. That's right, it was Lin Xian who attacked them. Seeing that the Liang family had attacked, Lin Xian quietly followed them and used the dragon's sword territory at the right time to cover the two of them. Then, the two of them fought back fiercely. But how could they be a match for Lin Xian? So, the two of them were killed very quickly. The 5 mystical spiritual fruits were crystal clear and emitted a fragrance that floated in the dragon's sword territory. Then Lin Xian kept them. In the next moment, he laughed loudly. "Thank you for your help this time, Liang family. We'll meet again." He was indeed very happy. This time he had obtained the 5 mystical spiritual fruits without any effort. It was a great thing. With that, he waved his hand and flew into the sky with the dark red dragon and Lu Mingyue. D***MN. Kid, no matter where you run to, I'll catch you back. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and tear you to pieces. The 2 elders of the Liang family roared crazily. In the next moment, they struck out with their palms that could topple mountains and overturn seas, rushing forward. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 elders moved away from the purple centipede and began to chase after Lin Xian. They swore that they would catch him and let him know the feeling of living a life worse than death, and take back the mystical spiritual fruits. They're chasing us. Should we solve the problem? In front, Lu Mingyue frowned slightly. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. Let them chase. With their speed, they can't catch up to us. In the next moment, Lin Xian's dragon sword territory rushed out from his body and enveloped Lu Mingyue and the dark red dragon. Then he turned into an azure dragon and disappeared into the sky. D***MN. The 2 elders of the Liang family stopped in midair and roared crazily, because they realized that they had lost track of him. The other party's speed was simply too fast. Even if the 2 of them chased with all their might, they still couldn't catch up. Damned brat, no matter where you run to, I will catch you. I will let you know the consequences of offending the Liang family. Angry roars resounded throughout the forest, scaring the surrounding demonic beasts into fleeing. However, none of this had anything to do with Lin Xian. The harvest this time was really too bountiful. In addition to the 5 mystical spirit fruits, Lin Xian also found other natural treasures in the storage rings of the middle-aged man from the Liang clan and the black-clothed youth. A water lingji, a violet sunflower, and half of a branch from the heavenly incense divine tree. These were all precious treasures of heaven and earth, enough for them to consume for some time. Therefore, they directly left the full moon forest. 1. After arriving at a safe place, Lin Xian set up a formation, and the few of them entered the black earth. They did not directly consume these heavenly treasures. Instead, they let Lin Xian refine the elixirs. Then they swallowed the elixirs. This way, they could maximize the use of these heavenly treasures. Lin Xian went into seclusion and began refining the elixirs. On the other side, in the southern region of the eastern wasteland, the All Beginnings Holy Land. In the All Beginnings Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter was dressed in a beautiful robe. She was extremely beautiful, but her beautiful face was abnormally cold at this moment. This time, she had gathered 100 experts. However, she did not set off. Instead, she waited quietly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, the sky suddenly fluctuated. Then, 2 streams of light flew over from afar. Whoosh! The 2 streams of light were very fast. They arrived in front of everyone in an instant. Finally, 2 figures appeared. Accompanying them was a huge gust of wind that blew on everyone's faces. They were 2 middle-aged men. One of them was dressed in a red robe. He had a fair face and no beard. The other was dressed in a blue robe. He walked with a majestic gait and a burly figure. As soon as the 2 of them appeared, they looked at the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Holy Daughter! The 2 of them nodded slightly. A smile finally appeared on the All Beginnings Holy Daughter's cold face. With the help of the 2 elders, I think that no matter what the matter is, it should be resolved this time. Behind her, the 100 All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators were extremely shocked. Almighties! Yes, the 2 middle-aged men in front of her were the All Beginnings Holy Lands elders. They were also Almighties. They did not expect that the All Beginnings Holy Daughter would find 2 Almighties to resolve the matter in the northern region. It seemed that no matter who was behind this, they would not be able to contend against them. In that case, let's set off. I want to see who is behind all this. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter waved her sleeve and led the two Almighties and 100 experts onto the teleportation platform. Buzz! The huge array flickered with light, forming a powerful force that carried out the teleportation. Then, the group of people disappeared from the array. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose into a smile. This time's harvest had allowed him to refine 108 top-grade pills. These pills were very suitable for their current cultivation. Even Almighties would have a powerful effect after eating them. Since the pills had been refined, Lin Xian found Lu Mingyue, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey to distribute the pills to them. Then they began to cultivate in seclusion with all their strength. When they came out of seclusion, they began to prepare to besiege the All Beginnings Holy Daughter, Northern Region. It had been some time since the Holy Daughter's belly band exhibition, but the aftermath was still ongoing. In every city, in the streets and alleys, people could be seen talking about this matter everywhere. Purple Cloud City was a very famous city in the northern region. There were many cultivators in the city, and it could be said that it was the place where news of the northern region spread. Here, the version of the exhibition that was circulating was the most. Everyone was relishing in the news and even exaggerated it. After all, the All Beginnings Holy Daughter was an unattainable existence for them. Now that there was an opportunity to ridicule the All Beginnings Holy Daughter, they naturally would not miss it. However, on this day, just as they were drinking tea and chatting, a huge vortex of spiritual power suddenly appeared in the sky above Purple Cloud City. This scene directly attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the entire Purple Cloud City. At this moment, countless cultivators looked up at the sky. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the Almighties and elders of the Gu family frowned. They were no stranger to this vision. It was a vision of heaven and earth formed by cross-region teleportation. Needless to say, someone must have used a super teleportation formation to perform a super teleportation between regions. Ordinary sects did not deserve to have this kind of teleportation formation. Only peerless holy lands, peerless sects, and remote antiquity families could have it. Chapter 1886. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a huge vortex of spiritual power spun like a bottomless pit, about to swallow the entire city. In the surroundings, bolts of lightning appeared and bombarded the void. Boom! Finally, countless figures emerged from the huge vortex of spiritual power. There were more than 100 people, densely packed together. As soon as these people appeared, they didn't land immediately. Instead, they waited for a while before they began to fly down in an orderly manner. Accompanying them was an extremely huge aura. It was as if countless mountains had fallen from the sky, making the warriors in the city breathless. Whoosh! 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 Looking at this scene, the elders of the Gu family in the Purple Cloud City also moved and flew into the sky. Gu Xiao also appeared in the sky. He looked at the figures descending from above and asked in a clear voice, "Which holy land have you come to my Purple Cloud City?" His voice was like a clap of thunder rolling out. The Purple Cloud City was the territory of the Gu family, so they naturally had to figure out the other party's identity. Soon, a response came from the sky. "We are warriors of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This time, our Saintess of All Beginnings is leading us to enjoy the great scenery of the northern region." They didn't expect to alarm the Gu family. After this voice, a flirtatious voice rang out. "Zhang Xiao of All Beginnings greets the elders." What? It's really the Saintess of All Beginnings. Hearing this voice, the elders of the Gu family were moved. The warriors of the Purple Cloud City were even more shocked. They had been talking about her every day. They didn't expect her to come to the northern region. Needless to say, it must be related to the Saintess Bellyband incident. It seemed that the northern region would not be peaceful again. They knew that the Saintess of All Beginnings would definitely investigate this matter. They were afraid that the force behind it would come to light. At this time, Two long roars came from the sky. "Ha ha! Fellow Taoists of the Gu family, long time no see. It's the two of you. You two are also here." Gu Xiao and the elders of the Gu family were also surprised. They didn't expect the Saintess of All Beginnings to not only bring 100 elite masters, but also two powerful figures. It seemed that the Saintess of All Beginnings was really angry. "Fellow Taoist Chuang, fellow Taoist Fei, long time no see," the elders of the Gu family also quickly responded. "What? Two almighties have come." When those martial artists below saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Two almighties and 100 elite martial artists would definitely be able to set off a bloody storm in the northern region. He just didn't know if the person hiding in the darkness and controlling the Saintess undergarment would be able to withstand it. The arrival of the Saintess of All Beginnings caused a sensation in the entire Purple Cloud City. Soon, the news spread like a gust of wind, sweeping through the other cities. Moreover, it was spreading throughout the entire northern region. Everyone knew that a storm was coming. On the other side, inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian and the other two had gone into seclusion to break through their cultivation after taking the pills. Among them, Lin Xian had broken through to the middle stage of the 5-star king realm, and the Dark Red Dragon had broken through to the late stage of the 5-star king realm. Both of their strengths had increased tremendously. In fact, Lin Xian felt that even if he were to encounter an almighty, he would still be able to fight back. On the other side, Lu Mingyue also came out of seclusion. Her strength had finally reached the level of a true saintess. The strength of the three of them had greatly improved, so their confidence was greatly boosted. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Let's go out and inquire about the situation first, and then make our arrangements. Lin Xian flew out, while the Dark Red Dragon and Lu Mingyue remained in the Black Earth. Half a day later, he landed in a city. In fact, there was no need for him to inquire at all. Now, the news of the Saintess of All Beginnings was circulating in every city. Therefore, he got the news easily. She came so quickly. Lin Xian frowned slightly after learning the news of the Saintess of All Beginnings' arrival. He didn't expect that the other party would bring 2 almighties and more than 100 masters. Lin Xian hurried back to the Black Earth to discuss with the Dark Red Dragon and Lu Mingyue. Among them, the Dark Red Dragon counted the formations in his hands and felt that they could almost resist. At this time, the Black Earth also flew out and provided some of the formations that were originally left in the Black Earth. In this way, it was enough to resist 100 elite kings. The rest were the Saintess of All Beginnings and the 2 almighties. With Lu Mingyue's current strength, she should be able to resist the Saintess of All Beginnings. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon could also resist the almighties. However, it was uncertain how long they could resist, but the success rate should be more than 50%. This success rate was already very high, so Lin Xian didn't hesitate and was ready to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he could still retreat calmly. Next, the 3 of them began to act. They chose a relatively remote and desolate city in the northern region, Northern Liang City. The Dark Red Dragon used the formations to create some ghostly scenes in the city, causing all the residents in the city to leave. In other words, the Northern Liang City they chose had become an empty city at this moment. Then, the Dark Red Dragon arranged the formations in and around the city. After everything was arranged, Lin Xian began to spread the news. Soon, the warriors in the northern region received the news and were in an uproar. They couldn't believe it. What did you say? Did I hear it wrong? Someone wants to auction the Saintess belly band? Yes, I did get accurate news. That person is really going to do it. Heavens, this is too crazy. The Saintess of All Beginnings had just arrived in the northern region, but the other party wanted to auction the Saintess belly band. This was obviously going against the Saintess of All Beginnings. Exciting, it was really too exciting. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and quickly spread the news. Soon, The entire northern region was in an uproar. Even the top forces like the Gu family, the Liang family, and the Four Symbols Holy Lands were very puzzled. What kind of existence dared to go against the Saintess of all beginnings? After the Saintess of all beginnings heard the news, her face was incomparably cold. Her beautiful eyes exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Humph! The other party is really reckless. He dares to appear at this time. Let him be arrogant for a while. After we go over, we will definitely catch him and tear him to pieces. I want to see who dares to go against our all beginnings, Holy Land. Cold shouts sounded as the warriors of the all beginnings, Holy Land snorted. Obviously, they were really angry at the other party's provocation. The Saintess of all beginnings calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any specific information?" She knew that now was not the time to lose her temper. She had to catch the other party first to prevent the matter from escalating. "Not yet, but it should be soon," her subordinate replied. "Good, continue to scout. Once there is news, leave and report it." Yes. Then many scouts left. In the main hall, the atmosphere was gloomy. Chapter 1887. 7 days later, in northern Liang City, the Saintess undergarment was auctioned. The news spread like wildfire. An entire northern region was in an uproar. The Saintess of all beginnings also received the news. Her face turned cold, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect that the other party had finally made a move, but this time she wanted to see who dared to be presumptuous in front of her. "Everyone listen up. We'll set off for northern Liang City immediately." Soon, the Saintess of all beginnings left with her people. They set off for northern Liang City. Not only them, but most of the warriors in the entire northern region also set off for northern Liang City. They also wanted to see who was behind all this and dared to fight against the Saintess of all beginnings. Northern Liang City was empty at this moment, except for Lin Xian and the other two and the countless formations they had set up. But one day later, some people appeared in the city. Over the next few days, more and more people appeared, but most of them wandered outside the city. Only some extremely bold people dared to enter the city. As for the people outside the city, they were all waiting. They were waiting for the arrival of the Saintess of all beginnings. They knew that there would be a fierce battle between the two sides, and they didn't want to be involved in such a storm. On the 5th day, Lin Xian directly threw the Saintess undergarment into the sky, and it floated above northern Liang City. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those warriors. One had to know that although many people had gone to the exhibition, it was still too little compared to the entire northern region. At this moment, most people had not seen the Saintess undergarment with their own eyes, so when they saw it in the sky, they were all excited. Many people even directly flew into the sky to see it up close. This is the Saintess of all beginnings undergarment. It's really fragrant. The chaotic chi on it is too strong, and it even has the fragrance of a young girl. It really is the Saintess undergarment. Seeing it this trip is not in vain. I wonder what price this item can be auctioned for. It's really exciting to think about it. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking fluctuation came from afar. Rays of resplendent aura flashed like a wave and swept over here. Suddenly, the faces of the people around northern Liang City changed dramatically, and they looked frightened. This aura made their hearts tremble, and they couldn't resist it at all. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the sky full of brilliance arrived nearby, and a terrifying pressure spread out for thousands of miles, making one's hair stand on end. Puff! In the sky, a huge primal chaos hand stretched out. It was like a demonic mountain that came crashing down rapidly. Suddenly, the martial artists who were watching the doo-doo in the sky were blasted into a bloody mist and ceased to exist. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled nonstop. This is the Chaos Palm. The experts of the All Beginnings, Holy Land, have arrived. They must have seen the saintess' undergarment in the sky, so they were angry. Sure enough, the martial artists who were still in the sky felt their scalps go numb. They looked into the distance as if they had gone crazy. They were merely curious and excited, and wanted to observe the battle from a closer distance. Never had they imagined that they would run into people from the All-Beginning's Holy Land. Most likely, they were going to run out of luck. The All-Beginning Holy Land would definitely attack them. Sure enough, in the next moment, the terrifying chaotic palm in the sky slammed down again. It pierced through the void and enveloped dozens of King Realm experts. A terrifying power swept past them. Instantly, the dozen or so kings in the sky exploded. Humph! Who dares to blaspheme the All-Beginning Saintess? The All-Beginning's Holy Land is handling matters. Those who have nothing to do with it should scram. Cold shouts resounded in the sky. The martial artists of northern Yang City were alarmed and frantically flew out of the city. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If the All-Beginning's Holy Land treated them as enemies, they wouldn't be able to leave. Soon, everyone retreated from northern Yang City. The city became empty once more. As for the other martial artists, they gathered outside northern Yang City and silently watched the battle. Humph! The sky trembled once more as a large hand grabbed the saintess' undergarment. The void trembled rapidly like a painting, as if it would shatter at any moment. But right at this time, a pitch-black ray of light shot out of northern Yang City. Then it turned into a black fire Qilin and soared into the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. Feeling this aura, everyone's heart trembled. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. What a terrifying power! Who is it? When the martial artists outside the city saw this scene, their faces turned pale. Boom! In the sky, the black fire Qilin collided with the terrifying heavenly palm. The two energies sublimated and exploded. Dazzling light rushed in all directions. In the end, the black fire Qilin roared and tore apart the heavenly palm with its valiant strength. Humph! A cold snort was heard. Clearly, the All-Beginning's Holy Land's people were very dissatisfied with the other party's strength. In the next moment, the All-Beginning Saintess arrived with countless experts. Which scoundrel is it? Get out here! In the sky, an old man shouted loudly. His voice rolled out and swept down. However, there was no response from the city. It was empty, and there wasn't a single person in sight. It was as if the black fire Qilin just now had come from hell and wasn't created by someone. Seeing this scene, the All-Beginning's Saintess frowned. The experts she brought with her were also frowning, because the city below them was too strange. They had probed it with their soul power more than once, but they couldn't sense any energy fluctuations. The martial artists outside the city also looked at each other. They didn't know who it was. In the city, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and Lu Mingyue hid in the array and concealed all their auras. Even a powerful figure couldn't detect their existence. Therefore, the All-Beginning Saintess and the others couldn't see Lin Xian and the other two, but Lin Xian and the others could see the situation above. Is that the All-Beginning Saintess? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Among them was a woman in a beautiful robe. Her aura was very special. Standing in the crowd, he could recognize her at a glance. Yes, it's her. Her name is Zheng Xiao, Lu Mingyue said coldly. Lin Xian nodded. Then he turned his eyes and glanced at the 100 experts behind the All-Beginning Saintess. However, when he saw two middle-aged men among them, his pupils suddenly shrank. Powerful figures. The dark red divine dragon was also nervous. Damn it, this woman brought two powerful figures. Yes, the red-robed middle-aged man and the blue-robed middle-aged man in the sky were two powerful figures. Their chi and blood were like dragons soaring into the sky. Everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship them. Lin Xian was shocked, but then he snorted coldly. So what if they were powerful figures? Chapter 1888. The next moment, he used a formation to make the Saintess undergarment appear on the streets of the city again. Damn it, it's here again! The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land in the sky saw this scene, and their faces immediately turned gloomy. This was clearly a provocation. Humph, I'll go and kill him. A young man walked out with an abnormally cold expression. He looked at the Saintess of All Beginnings with a trace of adoration in his eyes. Then he said coldly, "Saintess, let me go." Okay. The Saintess of All Beginnings nodded and did not stop him. Given the current situation, she had to send someone to investigate the situation. Seeing the Saintess's permission, the young man was overjoyed. His figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed down. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the city. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and come out to die. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The young man looked around and shouted coldly. No one responded to him. Only the Saintess undergarment in front of him was floating, emitting traces of primal chaos aura. Humph! The young man snorted coldly, thinking that the other party did not dare to come out. Therefore, he strode forward, wanting to seize the Saintess undergarment. Soon, he arrived in front of the undergarment. When he smelled the fragrance, his eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but at this moment, countless sword chi appeared behind him and quickly condensed into a figure. Pooh! With a sweep of the sword, a head flew and blood sprayed. The corpse fell, dyeing the ground red. Seeing this scene, the people outside the city were stunned. They had been paying close attention to the situation in the city, but they did not expect that someone would suddenly appear and kill the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. This method was heaven-defying. In the sky, the Saintess of All Beginnings and the others frowned when they saw this scene. The other party had killed the young man in front of them. This was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. Therefore, everyone's expression was unsightly. Saintess, I'm willing to go down and kill the murderer. I'm willing too. I'll go too. Exclamations sounded one after another. Then, 8 figures turned into azure dragons and descended on the streets of the city. Their auras were like dragons, and their bodies were surrounded by primal chaos aura. Everyone stared at the blurry figure in front of them. This figure was one of the sword god phantoms of Lin Xian's 6 god sword art. At this moment, seeing 8 more people rushing over, Lin Xian released the other 5 sword god phantoms. He faced off against the 8 All Beginnings Holy Land cultivators. Kill! The great battle was on the verge of breaking out, but it ended quickly. The 8 kings had their foreheads pierced by the sword. Blood splattered everywhere as 8 corpses fell to the ground. 1 sword, another sword. The 6 sword god phantoms attacked at the same time, killing 8 experts with a single strike. They were like gods of death, standing quietly on the street, the sword chi in their hands pointing to the sky. Terrifying killing intent overflowed into the sky, sweeping through the 9 heavens. I'll go kill him. This time, there were a few old men whose clothes were fluttering in the wind. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. However, the Saintess of All Beginnings shook her head slightly this time. No need, let's go down together. I want to see what other tricks they can play. Boom! Boom! Countless chaotic lights gathered under the feet of the Saintess of All Beginnings and turned into a divine wind, carrying everyone down. In the next moment, more than 100 people descended. Their enormous auras and powerful soul power instantly searched all the streets. However, they didn't find anyone except for the 6 sword god phantoms on the street. This caused them to frown, but they weren't too worried. This time they had 100 experts, the Saintess of All Beginnings and 2 Almighties. Unless the other party was a peerless Almighty, no one would be able to defeat them. And if a peerless Almighty really attacked them, no matter what the result was, the All Beginnings Holy Land would definitely hunt them down. They actually came down. Inside the formation, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed when he saw the scene. Originally, he was still thinking about how to lure all those people down from the sky. He didn't expect that the other party would actually take the initiative to come down. Now, they could close the door and activate the formation. Let's go! Lin Xian didn't hesitate. Soon after, he and the dark red divine dragon activated all the formations in the entire northern Yang City, apart from the teleportation formation used to transfer almighties. All the other formations bloomed with endless light. Thunder rumbled and booms resounded throughout the world. The entire ground began to tremble. Long rainbows pierced through the clouds like dragons. They were extremely dazzling. In the next moment, the entire northern Yang City was enveloped. Formations. So many formations. Outside northern Yang City, the martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Who would have thought that an empty city would actually have so many spirit arrays set up without anyone noticing? This was simply too unbelievable. Fortunately, they hadn't entered before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come out. What kind of ruthless person would use so many formations to fight against the All Beginnings Holy Land? They were extremely shocked. Resplendent rays of light erupted from their eyes. They wanted to see the scene inside the city. Light flickered inside the city as runes lit up all around. The expressions of the people from the All Beginnings Holy Land changed. They didn't expect that there would be so many formations waiting for them. Saintess, what should we do? The kings quickly asked. The aura released by the formations in front of them was too terrifying. Even if they had 100 experts, it would still be very difficult to deal with them. The Saintess of All Beginnings coldly snorted. Her expression was extremely cold. What are you afraid of? Aren't they just some formations? You guys should also use the Chaos Sword Array to fight against these formations. As long as someone appears, kill them without mercy. After saying that, a sharp killing intent appeared in her eyes. It turned into 2 resplendent rays of light that pierced through the doo-doo in front of her. In an instant, the pink doo-doo in front of her was shattered. The 2 Almighties had calm expressions because these formations couldn't threaten them. Thus, their eyes erupted with light. Their powerful soul power formed a storm. Who is it? Come out. What? You still don't dare to come out? The Saintess of All Beginnings sneered. Don't dare to come out? You think too highly of yourselves. We've always been here. It's just that you're too weak to discover us. A mocking laugh sounded from the opposite side. Then the formations flickered and Lin Xian and the other 2 appeared. Saintess of All Beginnings? How impressive. You brought so many people here, but you think they can protect your life? Today I will kill the Saintess. My name will spread throughout the Eastern Wasteland. You want to kill me with just you? You're overestimating yourselves. The Saintess of All Beginnings sneered. I'm the Saintess. I'm not someone you can imagine. You're just lucky to become the Saintess. If you really want to compete with strength and talent, you're not qualified to become the Saintess. Chapter 1889. Then, the Saintess of All Beginnings' expression changed. The Holy Land cultivators behind her also widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the 2 Almighties frowned. Lu Minghua, it's really you. The Saintess of All Beginnings' eyes were filled with killing intent. I didn't expect you to use such a despicable method. That undergarment is yours, right? So what? You've chased us over and over again. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Today, I'm going to cut you down with my sword. Lin Xian took a step forward. The sword qi on his body shone, making him look like a sword immortal. You, a 5-star king, dares to stand out and show off? Ridiculous. Lu Minghua, your little lover isn't very smart. He dares to go against the All Beginnings Holy Land. He's really courting death. The Saintess of All Beginnings looked at Lin Xian with a trace of disdain. A 5-star king was not enough to defeat her. She could kill him with a wave of her finger. So what if I'm a 5-star king? Lin Xian sneered. I'm more than enough to deal with you. I think you're out of your mind. A little 5-star king dares to talk nonsense here? In front of us, you're just a piece of trash, an ant. We can kill you with a wave of our fingers. A young man stood out and sneered. So, you'd better kneel and wait for death. Maybe we'll be happy and give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it's like to live a life worse than death. A 5-star king is trash? Is that so? Then your saintess clone was easily killed by me. Doesn't that mean she's worse than trash? You. What did you say? Don't talk nonsense. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. The other party said that he had killed the saintess clone. How was this possible? He wanted to say something, but the saintess of all beginnings trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless coldness. Damn brat, it's you. You dared to kill my clone. I won't spare you today. What? A clone was really killed? Everyone was shocked, and the young man's body trembled, almost kneeling on the ground. The clone of a saintess was at the level of a saintess reserve. Ordinary people would not be able to kill it. However, a 5-star king had actually killed the holy maiden's clone. This was truly inconceivable. But soon he sneered. Damn it, that's impossible. You must have used some kind of trick, or an elder of the family took action. That's how you succeeded. Otherwise, how could a mere 5-star king like you possibly succeed? In the next moment, the young man let out a cold shout and extended his hand to grab Lin Xian. The void trembled, as if a scroll was being violently rotated by someone. A gigantic palm appeared, surrounded by resplendent, multicolored light. It covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword qi surged out. Puff! In an instant, the sword qi pierced through the huge palm and even cut off the young man's arm. Ah! The young man clutched his severed arm and crazily screamed. His eyes were filled with alarm. He did not believe that his opponent was so powerful. I'm trash? You can't even block a single move of mine? Are you trash among trash? Lin Xian sneered, disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ah! Damned brat, I'll kill you. The young man's expression was malevolent. Streams of primal chaos, qi, rushed out of his body and transformed into a giant in the void. Buzz! But at this moment, Lin Xian took a step forward, using his extreme speed to instantly arrive in front of the young man. He slapped out with his palm, sending the young man flying. Then he returned to his original position. Bang! The young man with the severed arm was slapped, and half of his face was shattered. Not only that, but his body was also sent flying, crashing into a nearby house. Astonishment, absolute astonishment. The people of the All Beginnings, Holy Land, were all stupefied. The majority of them did not even see Lin Xian's movements clearly. There is no doubt that this was a peak expert, an existence they could not contend with. The saintess of All Beginnings shouted. Everyone listened to my order. Attack and kill them. As for that bitch Lu Mingyue, I want her alive. Kill. With this order, the martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land rushed toward Lin Xian's group. You want to attack? Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the entire ground trembled. Endless brilliance shrouded the 100 or so people. Then the sky was filled with dazzling lights. Array after array displayed formidable power, rapidly bombarding the kings. It's an offensive array. Hurry up and defend. In the sky, angry roars resounded. Then, intense collisions rang out, and terrifying energy tore through the void. Did you really think that we let you in without any preparation? Lin Xian sneered. The plan was going smoothly, apart from the saintess of All Beginnings and the 2 almighty experts. Everyone else had been enveloped by the array. For a while they could not come out. Well, let those people deal with the array. Next, let's play. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He kept glancing at the saintess of all beginnings and the two almighty experts. Humph! You want to attack us? You're really overestimating yourself. The saintess of all beginnings sneered. No, your opponent is not me, but her. Lin Xian dodged and got out of the way. Zhang Xiu, I didn't expect you to be so vicious as to send people to kill me. But now, it's time to pay back this hatred. A terrifying aura surged from Lu Mingyue's body. Her delicate hand held a willow leaf saber. Lu Mingyue, I admit that you were indeed a genius before, but now you can't be compared with me at all. I'm already a saintess. The resources in my hands are absolutely beyond your imagination. In this period of time, I've far surpassed you. So, attacking me is the biggest mistake you've made. Humph. Lu Mingyue did not answer. Instead, she clenched the willow leaf saber in her hand. She waved her arm, and pieces of saber light flew out. The two peerless beauties fought together. The momentum was very terrifying. There are two left. Ruffian dragon, do you choose the red one or the blue one? Lin Xian asked indifferently. It was as if they were choosing two cabbages instead of two almighty experts. I choose the red one. As for the blue one, I'll leave it to you, said the dark red divine dragon. Courting death. The two almighty experts were furious. The other party dared to choose them so casually. How reckless! After all, they were almighty experts. Even the saints would not dare to be presumptuous in front of them. But now the man and the snake were casually choosing them to fight as if they were cabbages. The two almighty experts' faces were unusually gloomy. It seems that the two of you are really reckless. Chapter 1890. As almighties, our power is not something ants like you can imagine. Now go to hell and repent. The red-robed almighty snorted. Endless rays of light shot into the sky from his body as if a flaming divine beast had descended. Accompanying it was an unimaginable power. It instantly enveloped the entire northern Yang city. At this moment, whether it was the sacred land warriors who were fighting against the array, Zhang Xiu, or Lu Mingyue, their faces changed drastically. They could feel a powerful force enveloping their surroundings. The almighties have made their move. Everyone exclaimed. As for the cultivators outside the city, their bodies were also trembling. Although many of them could not see the situation inside, no one left. Instead, more and more people gathered here. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out from the city and enveloped the area. Immediately, the warriors trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Almighties, the almighties have made their move. Everyone screamed when they felt the pressure. Who is inside? Even the almighties have made their move? Many people's eyes shone brightly as they wanted to find out. Inside the city, the red-robed almighty was like a god of war with supreme majesty. Boom! In the next moment, a red palm slapped toward Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The void trembled as heaven and earth exploded in an instant. The terrifying red palm rushed over like a red mountain. It was unbearable. Buzz! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's pupils constricted. Although they spoke frivolously, they had never been careless. After all, the other party was an almighty. This was also Lin Xian's first time fighting with an almighty. An almighty was an extremely powerful person among the kings. Their cultivation was usually at the level of a 7-star king. Such a person was extremely terrifying and had powerful divine abilities. Hence, they were called almighties. At this moment, seeing the red palm slapping toward them, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and raised their speed to the limit. Boom! The red palm slammed down and exploded the void. However, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon dodged the palm by a hair's breadth. They actually dodged it. The mighty figure in red looked surprised. He didn't expect these two ants to be able to dodge his attack. What a strange movement technique. to actually be able to dodge my attack. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have such a strange movement technique. You two ants. Do you really think that you can fight against a mighty figure with just this movement technique? As expected of an ignorant ant. By the side, the mighty figure in blue sneered, although the other party dodged their attacks. So what? They did not think that two ants could fight against them. On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was grave. He said to the dark red divine dragon, "Let's begin, ruffian dragon. Try your best to delay him." "All right." Ruffian dragon nodded. He then took out the 10,000 beast cauldron, and several quaint shields appeared around it. Previously, Lin Xian had given him quite a few earth-tier treasures, and now he was using them. In the next moment, he swung his dragon tail and quickly charged forward. "Reckless snake, you're courting death. Today, I'll stew you with snake soup." The mighty figure in red sneered. "How dare you come here? You really don't know what's good for you." On the other side, Lin Xian also used the dragon sword realm, which instantly enveloped the mighty figure in blue. The mighty figure in blue did not dodge at all, nor did he resist. After all, a 5-star king's realm could not hurt him at all. He wanted to see where the other party's confidence came from, and what kind of means did he have to compete with a mighty figure. Countless sword chi surrounded him, as if it was a world of sword Dao. As for the mighty figure in blue, endless blue light surrounded him, forming a huge divine bell that protected his body. "Brat, I advise you to surrender obediently. Call out the person behind you. You alone can't set up such a killing array. I really want to know which faction you're from, and whether they sent any mighty figures this time." The mighty figure in blue did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. In his opinion, there must be other experts hiding in the city. "You want to find out who's behind me? Sure, defeat me first." Then he pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, and his entire body was filled with monstrous killing intent. The dragon sword realm around him cooperated and quickly slashed out shocking sword chi, slashing forward. It was like a vast sea, extremely terrifying. "It's useless." The mighty figure in blue looked disdainful. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast blue light surged out, blocking the sword chi that filled the sky. Then he snorted coldly, and the sword chi around him shattered into pieces. "Did you see that, kid? Your attack is nothing in front of me." Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that the mighty figure was too terrifying. With such an attack, even the saint would have to resist it with all his strength. However, the other party only waved his hand and destroyed all his sword chi. This was something he had never encountered before. However, since he had already decided to attack, he naturally could not back down. He stomped his foot and turned into a sword light, slashing down with the demonic sword in his hand. "It's useless." The mighty figure in blue sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his palm and grabbed at the air. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire void was imprisoned. It was as if an invisible quagmire had appeared around him, causing Lin Xian's speed to decrease rapidly. With a cold snort, countless sword lights shot out from Lin Xian's body and escaped from the restraint of space. Then the demonic sword stabbed forward. This sword strike even carried a loud and clear dragon roar. Ka! The 9 darkness demonic sword slashed on the blue light screen, creating a shocking collision. Then it tore open a crack. However, that was all he could do because the demonic sword could not go any further. This time, the mighty figure in blue was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party could tear open his blue light screen. This indeed shocked him. However, he did not think that it was Lin Xian's ability. Instead, he stared at the other party's 9 darkness demonic sword. He did not expect that an ant would have such a treasure sword. It seemed to be at least an upper grade, earth-rank treasure. Not bad. I just happened to lack a suitable weapon. You can give me this demonic sword. The mighty figure in blue's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had his eyes on the demonic sword. Give it to you, my ass. Lin Xian snorted. The great dragon sword soul circulated crazily, and his combat strength increased again. A terrifying sword chi swept through the void. At the same time, he waved his left fist. The apocalyptic black dragon fist's violent aura turned into a ferocious black dragon and rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. The apocalyptic black dragon fist shook the mountains and rivers and exploded the void. However, when it hit the blue light screen, it seemed to have merged with the sea. Chapter 1891. Aunt, you're too weak. The mighty figure in blue sneered and waved his hand. A terrifying force instantly rushed toward Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian's scalp went numb. He felt an unprecedented crisis. The next moment, he performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, the black armor wrapped around his body. Whoosh! He appeared on the other side and dodged most of the attacks. However, the power of the mighty figure was too terrifying. Some of the aftershocks hit him and sent him flying. Boom! Lin Xian crashed into more than a dozen buildings before he stopped. The mighty figure in blue sneered with his hands behind his back. Aunt, it's over. Then he stopped paying attention to Lin Xian and turned to look at the other battlefields. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also sent flying. The saintess of all beginnings and Lu Mingyue were locked in a fierce battle. The other kings were trying their best to resist the bombardment of the formations. I didn't expect there to be so many formations here. They're too much of an eyesore. Why don't we just tear them apart? The 2 mighty figures sneered and decided to attack the surrounding formations. Boom! However, just as they were about to act, shocking energy exploded in the 2 ruins behind them. Then 2 figures appeared. One was Lin Xian. His black hair danced wildly, and his body was surrounded by sword chi. The black armor shone brightly and covered his body. Therefore, he was hit, but it was not a fatal injury. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He had the body of a divine dragon, and his original realm was that of a mighty figure. Therefore, although this attack hurt him, it did not break his dragon body. Old man, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Xian gnashed his teeth. The dragon's sword soul in his body had reached its limit, as if it was about to break out of his body. On the other side, the dark red dragon roared crazily. Damn, old man, how dare you hit me? I'll tear you apart. Kill! Kill! With 2 furious roars, Lin Xian and the crimson divine dragon charged forward once again. Roar! The dark red divine dragon let out a furious roar as its body suddenly expanded into 100 feet long divine dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged forward. A terrifying dragon might filled the air. What? It's actually a divine dragon. This time, the red-clothed Almighty frowned. He didn't expect that the creature he thought was a snake was actually a dragon. Boom! In the next moment, he unleashed his great magic power and fought against the dark red divine dragon. On the other side, Lin Xian's body was also shining with golden light. His terrifying aura soared into the sky. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him, and he grabbed it. Boom! With a swing of the sword, the terrifying sword chi was like a vast ocean. Useless kid! The mighty figure in blue sneered disdainfully. He waved his palm again and slapped forward. He could easily shatter such an attack. Boom! Crack, crack! However, this time his expression changed. That was because the terrifying sword chi had actually split apart the blue screen of light and slashed at his palm. A bloody scar appeared on his palm. How is that possible? He actually broke through my defense. The mighty figure in blue narrowed his eyes in disbelief. He was an almighty, a supreme existence. Even the saints couldn't break through his defense, but the 5-star king in front of him had done it. It was unbelievable. "Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll make you pay a painful price." The mighty figure in blue was furious. Previously, when he fought with Lin Xian, he was like a cat playing with a mouse. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just an ant that he could crush with a little force. Now he was bitten by an ant. He couldn't stand it. "Humph, so what if you're an almighty? Today I'll defy the heavens." Lin Xian's expression was cold as a terrifying sword Qi rushed out. Roar! The monstrous sword Qi turned into a black dragon that emitted a powerful force and charged forward. "Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." The mighty figure in blue sneered and spat out a surging river that swept toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the sword Qi True Dragon collided with the roaring river, emitting a violent energy in the air. Facing this energy, the mighty figure in blue didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was wearing the black battle armor and using the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. He dodged quickly. Buzz! In an instant, the mighty figure in blue arrived near Lin Xian and slammed his palm down mercilessly again. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a fatal danger. In the next moment, he flipped his left hand and the Hell God spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed forward. A terrifying aura shot into the sky and pierced through the void to meet the terrifying palm. Boom! With an explosion, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the mighty figure also took 3 steps back. It was another high-grade Earth Step artifact. The mighty figure in blue was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Haodong to have so many treasures. "Good boy, it seems that I've underestimated you. But when you die, all the treasures on you will be mine." This time, the mighty figure in blue's aura rose again. He was like a demon king that could crush the 9 heavens. Buzz! Not only that, but he also spat out a terrifying sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave was like a demonic sound that carried a powerful soul attack. The kings in the surroundings were affected as well. What a terrifying soul attack! All the warriors around retreated. They didn't dare to fight against the aftermath of the sound wave. For a moment, there was a vacuum around Lin Xian. That boy wants to compete with the mighty figure? He's overestimating himself. He was definitely dead. This attack would definitely extinguish his soul. The warriors of the holy ground of all beginnings who were fighting against the array in the distance sneered when they saw this. Competing with soul power? Lin Xian sneered. His current soul power was no weaker than the mighty figure's. Therefore, his soul power gushed out and turned into a transparent sword Qi that slashed forward. Boom! 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 Their soul powers collided in the air. With them as the center, they swept out in all directions. At this moment, not only did the kings in the city feel a powerful soul pressure, but even the warriors watching the battle outside the city trembled and almost knelt on the ground. It's a soul attack. Oh my God, who is fighting? Just the aura alone is hard to resist. Mighty figures, this is definitely a fight between 2 mighty figures. Heavens, that mysterious organization is really terrifying. They can send out mighty figures. Outside the city wall, exclamations were heard. Although they couldn't see the situation inside, they judged that it was a fight between 2 mighty figures based on the energy fluctuation and the strength of the soul power. Of course, this was only their guess. Chapter 1892. In the city, the mighty figure in blue looked very upset. In his opinion, the other party dared to fight him with soul power, which was simply courting death. But now he found that was not the case. The other party's soul power was very powerful and had reached the level of a mighty figure. It was not weaker than his at all. He couldn't believe it at all. If a saint relied on various magical powers and magic treasures to fight him to a draw, he would be shocked. Although he was shocked, he could still accept it. But the other party was only a 5-star king, who was even weaker than a saint, not to mention fighting with a mighty figure like him. But now, the other party had done it. Although he was at a disadvantage, he couldn't kill the other party in a short time. What worried him even more was that the other party had endless magic treasures and magical powers, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Who knew if this was the other party's ultimate combat power? Maybe it would increase after a while. On the other side, the mighty figure in red was also shouting angrily. Obviously, he had also suffered a strong blow. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon was absolutely powerful. Although he hadn't fully recovered his magical powers, he was powerful enough to fight against a mighty figure. Therefore, the two fought fiercely, and the mighty figure in red was completely restrained. As for the other warriors in the city, they were all dumbfounded. The warriors of the Holy Land who were fighting against the array were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They didn't expect the other party to be able to fight against a mighty figure. This was too shocking. Damn it! Who the hell are they? How can they fight against a mighty figure? Heavens, am I dreaming? These people were so shocked that one or two of them were so excited that they accidentally forgot to defend themselves and were directly killed by those arrays. Damn it! Stop watching, hurry up and defend. Let's fight against these arrays first. Even if they can fight against a mighty figure, they absolutely can't defeat him. Angry shouts came as these people once again fought against the arrays in the sky with all their strength. On the other side, two fairy-like women were also fighting fiercely. But sensing the situation in front of her, the beautiful face of the saintess of all beginnings also changed. Impossible! How can they fight against a mighty figure? The saintess of all beginnings was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Although he is only a 5-star king, his power is absolutely beyond your imagination. Ordinary saints were no match for him. What? Ordinary holy sons are no match for him? The holy maiden of all beginnings was really shocked this time. The holy sons and holy daughters were the top geniuses of the younger generation. However, the saints were also divided into strong and weak. Some of the stronger saints could indeed see through Hung Nung. However, there weren't many of them. However, the other party wasn't a holy son at all. He was only a 5-star king, yet he was able to contend against an almighty at this moment. This truly surprised her greatly. Damn it, where did you find such a person? The saintess of all beginnings looked at Lu Mingyue with killing intent surging in her eyes. She couldn't figure it out. Lu Mingyue was just someone who had been abandoned by the Holy Land. How could she have found such a powerful helper? Humph! Lu Mingyue didn't bother to answer at all. Instead, she sped up her attacks. He knew that although Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were strong and could fight against mighty figures, they wouldn't be able to last for long. After all, the power of a powerful figure was too terrifying, so she had to finish off the saintess of all beginnings as soon as possible. You want to defeat me? You must be dreaming. The saintess of all beginnings naturally understood this point and immediately sneered. These days, with the full cultivation of the Holy Land, her strength was still extremely terrifying. She believed that she had definitely surpassed Lu Mingyue. The next moment, she waved her jade-like hand and blasted forward. Endless chaotic aura gushed out, and streaks of chaotic lightning exploded in the air like thunder. Large amounts of energy flew in the air, which was extremely terrifying. Lu Mingyue was moved because the other party was indeed too powerful. However, she had also obtained a lot of opportunities, and her combat strength had reached the level of a real saintess. So even though she was shocked, she wasn't afraid in her heart. The next moment, Lu Mingyue waved the willow leaf saber in her hand, which turned into pieces of saber light that destroyed everything and completely dissolved the terrible light palm. The saintess of all beginnings was also shocked. She didn't expect that Lu Mingyue had also reached the level of a saintess. Before she became a saintess, she and Lu Mingyue were both saintess candidates. However, Now that she had become a saintess and received the full cultivation of the Holy Land, her strength had greatly improved and directly reached the level of a saintess. Moreover, she thought that Lu Mingyue was still at the level of a saintess candidate. Although there was only a difference of 2 words, the gap between a real saintess and a saintess candidate was huge. It was like a gap between heaven and earth that couldn't be crossed. However, to her surprise, Lu Mingyue had also broken through and reached the level of a real saintess. This greatly surprised her. Humph! So what if you've reached the level of a saintess? Compared with me, you're still far behind, because you don't have a holy land to back you up. Speaking of this, the saintess of all beginnings expression was extremely solemn. Countless chaotic aura directly enveloped her. At the same time, a huge chaotic domain soared into the sky and swept toward Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue shouted coldly, not afraid at all. Her king's domain also emerged. The next moment, the 2 domains collided in the air. Boom! Boom! This was a fierce battle. Both of them had the combat strength of a saintess. So, at this moment, they were evenly matched. The 2 kings' domains kept colliding, bursting out brilliant lights, one after another. The void cracked, the earth trembled, and countless cracks spread in all directions. The saintess of all beginnings was like a fairy. Her expression was cold, and her palms moved with powerful energy and terrible killing intent. Lu Mingyue also felt great pressure, but she didn't panic. Instead, she calmly dealt with it, because she believed that she could definitely kill her opponent. Boom! 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 After another fierce collision of domains, both of them kept retreating, spitting out blood. At this moment, against her beautiful face, there was a different kind of beauty. Kill! Lu Mingyue shouted with a murderous look. Both of them were saintesses, so she had absolute confidence that she could kill her opponent. In the next moment, she changed her previous route. Instead of being incomparably ethereal, she opened and closed wide. The long saber in her hand was like a demonic saber, slashing in all directions. At this moment, Lu Mingyue seemed to have transformed into a demoness, which was extremely terrifying. The saintess of all beginnings expression finally changed. She didn't expect her opponent to be so powerful that she couldn't suppress her. This made her extremely uneasy and even a little crazy. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. B*TCH, go to hell.